Computer, cancel. Computer, cancel. Hey, Barry.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, just checking. Am I holding on my left hand or my right hand?
That's your left hand because it's on my right.
Okay, good. Because I'm getting a mirrored view and I just wanted to make sure it was being set correctly.
Yeah, you always get a mirror view of yourself because it's too confusing for people to see themselves differently than they see themselves in a mirror.
I prefer not, though, so I just corrected it.
Yeah. I mean, you could set it either way, but most people get confused when it's backwards. I mean, when it's not the way they see themselves in a mirror.
Thought so, just wanted to confirm.
Turn the volume down. Yeah, you can tell, like, for example, I think I'm wearing a shirt that has writing on it. And I can see that for me, it's backwards.
Yeah.
But on the left side is correct. Where you've got the, what do you call it?
The gallery view?
Yeah, where you've got the screenshot. You've got a screenshot, which is also delayed. And there it's right side up.
Yeah.
But on the side panel, it's mirror image. Hi, Glenn.
Hey, Glenn.
Hey.
You've been doing some thinking and writing.
Yeah. A lot of thinking
Good to
this
see.
week. Little writing today. So
Good to see.
good to be here.
I have a very specific request, and then I wanted to take off on your big opus there.
Yeah, sure.
Have I seen this?
Well, Glenn wrote it about what, an hour ago?
Yeah, I wrote some stuff in the barn racing regulars thread. The social thread, there was so much other activity.
That's the one that you and I were chatting in?
Hey, Stacy, good to see you. Well, it was a lot of activity in the social thread, but in the barn racing regulars thread hasn't been so much activity, so it's easier to find it there.
Maybe I didn't look at that. Let me find it.
Yeah, Glenn wrote
wait a
some pretty
minute.
long posts that gave me some hope.
Didn't you kick me out of the barn raising regular chat?
I did. And
Then
I was waiting for
could
things
not
to
have seen
subside.
it.
And then I was going to offer to bring you guys back.
You need to be kicked back in.
That's why Glenn and I were chatting in a different thread, the noisy thread, because I wasn't in it.
Which is very good. And this is why Heiner's pissed off at me.
Why Heiner did what?
Oh, he says that I kicked you out of barn raising, so I was being kind of like a constable.
Well, you were.
Yes, I was, and I admitted to it, but I did it in a way that did not stifle the conversation. I was doing it in such a way that actually kind of allowed barn raising to have a focus on barn raising. So.
But the social thread has been pretty good though, for like the free flowing whatever stuff.
Well, I'll still say I have no hope of keeping up with any of that. So.
No, don't even try.
Sam,
no reason to try.
Sam, when it's 3 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, Glenn is up, Alex is up, Tease is up, and everybody else in North America is not up, except you were up briefly at 3 a.m. my time, which is like.
That's because last night, so I'll tell you why. Friday, I have a big meeting with the CEO at 11. So Thursday nights, I usually take an early nap, like, 8 p.m. to about 1 a.m. or so. And then I work through the night to make sure everything's, hunky-dory for my 11 o'clock meeting. So usually I'm up quite a long time by the time Friday evening rolls around. So I took another nap last night from like 8 to 3. So that's like 7 hours. So
Yeah.
I was up at 3. So yes, you are correct.
Yeah, because I was up like 5 a.m. and I saw you, you didn't respond, but I saw that you saw what I wrote because it tells you who's seen the
Yeah.
comments. And that startled me because it was like 3 a.m. your time.
Anyway, hey, welcome, Stacy. How goes?
Good.
I was mentioning to Barry, I don't know if Glenn heard this, but I have a very specific request that I'd like to see how to handle and get the advice from this esteemed collection of people here. And then my second thing was to see if we could lean into what Glenn posted. But then that's what generated Barry's question about what did he post. So I was curious whether you saw what Glenn had posted. I think you did because you might.
I did because I added the testimonial video
Right.
that had
That's
been,
right. That's right. That's right.
a friend of mine had finished it up for me a little bit, but I thought those were really effective, as part of the process, not as all of the process, because that's only one part of the picture. But I think, the
It's a
different
big
angles.
picture. It's a big picture.
It's a
Anyway,
bigger,
would you
Yeah,
guys like to
very.
check in before we do all that, or shall we dismiss this optional check-in business? It's up to you.
I can check in briefly. I mean, I had a good week. A lot of meditation, watching some OGM videos, Open Global Mind. Really nice, nice presentation by Gene Bellinger on systems thinking. That was very interesting. Thinking some more about that Schmachtenberger thing, written some notes there. So I'll put some stuff into that G.doc later. So
Oh, good to know.
wrote some ideas today, and yeah, good to be here.
A good week for you, GCC wise, Glenn.
Yeah, I've been participating on several discussions, and it's very stimulating.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Welcome, Alex. Welcome, Colin. Welcome, Colin.
Bonjour.
I don't follow the social chat either, although Joshua made a call. So I answered it. My notifications are turned off for the texting because I couldn't take 24-hour dinging. But Joshua made a call yesterday, I guess, while a few of you were talking. So we had a nice chat.
Was it just the two of you, or did other people join?
Barry dropped in for a minute and I guess was bored and in the middle of playing Dungeons and Dragons.
I had Dungeons and Dragons going on in another Zoom session and the game board, and this call came in, and I had two groups of people talking at me on my speaker, and I couldn't handle both at the same time. It was impractical, so I had to explain in chat that I had to disconnect.
Well, to channel Doug, you are your own god, Barry.
Yeah, but the thing is we were halfway into an evening of Dungeons and Dragons. I could just bail out of it.
Yeah, and it was fine because Joshua and I were having a conversation. I don't know that Barry, I don't know that you would have been that interested in it.
Okay.
Well, I was going to try to find out what you guys talked about, but I never learned what you were talking about. So.
Okay.
Was it a pocket dial or was it intentional?
Oh, no, it was intentional.
It was, okay. Because I did that recently to a group. It wasn't intentional, but we talked for a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Colin, I'm sorry I had to leave so abruptly. Was it yesterday? I had a repair person here, but I enjoyed the session and I hope you did. I see you have Tenacious there, so I know you brought something with you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
That was a takeaway.
Yeah, no, I have fun labeling myself with the labels that Doug gives me. I'm cycling through a bunch of them.
Oh man, that's another
Good
question. Okay,
There's a
any other
conversation.
check-ins?
Yep.
1001.
Hello,
Alex, you
Check.
want to check in?
audio working?
Okay, I hear you.
There's a collective intelligence conversation going on in the chat. It's a CIO. It occurred to me it's different from the COI, but it's still going on and it's interesting. It needs exploring or unpacking or something like that. It's on the wall behind me too. A manifestation occurring in real time.
Okay, so we're getting into it. We're not checking in then.
That's my check-in. Oh, there's a project going on outside the GCC in Australia. It's called a Hemp Farm Eco Village Youth Training Centre for permaculture and skills training for disadvantaged youth, because that attracts enormous interest from investors all over the world. If you've got the time and the energy to put into something like that, it's worthwhile. Over.
Okay, then let's dispense with the check-ins then, since people don't seem to be checking in. And I'm going to ask my very first question and put that on the table, just like Alice put his topic on the table. Okay. This week, it's been an unusual week for me in GCC because there's someone with an Arabic name. I believe the person states that they're in Palestine, I think. And they send me probably 50 to 100 requests a day to try and donate because the family is not able to do a number of things. And I see pictures of children, I see pictures of bare apartments, and there's many stories of the difficulty there. I feel like I want to help, but I don't know why I have been singled out and whether or not this is truly on the up and up, legit. And I was wondering whether the rest of you had, and if it's legit, maybe we could do something on the order of a printer net. So that was just one question is, a single act, a single donation, would do a little bit, but I was just wondering whether we could understand this process of vetting those who need help, if indeed it is our responsibility to vet. But if not, then I say, we could be taken, but I don't want to ascribe such bad intentions to people who are looking for help. But on the other hand, you guys know the trade-offs here. I'm just trying to figure out what to do about this.
My
And
first,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
No, I thought you were done. I was going to say that it feels shady to me because it's not being done public. I didn't get anything. And I get all those requests.
And this, I just sent the link. This is the person's profile. I don't even know how to pronounce the name. But if you like, I could share some of the videos and pictures that they have sent me. And it's certainly, tugging at the heartstrings of children who are crying, children who are, emaciated, apartments that are bare with no food in the refrigerator, et cetera, et cetera. But, I hate to say this, but anyone could be sending those pictures. So I just want to know how we as a group might want to handle such things. And it also associated with the recent posting in EOST and various other places, COI, blah, 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 from, I think it was Jonas, one of Michael Josephowicz's, yes, friends, who in one of the paragraphs says one of the girls is not able to sit for an exam because they can't come up with 450 kwacha, Malawi kwacha, which I did a conversion rate, and so that comes out to be 59 cents US dollars. So I was thinking, okay, so, any of us could probably very easily help her out. But then that's why I asked the question in the PrinterNet group, hey, Michael used to use Patreon, and then how did he get the money over to Africa? And is that method available to me / us? Because I was going to say, hey, 69 cents, 59 cents for a exam. I mean, none of us should probably think too much about that. But on the other hand, these are single requests, which, how do we scale this? And Michael Josefowicz had his way. And so we were trying to see whether we could support that. So since Jonas posted that, I was just wondering. So those are the two questions I came with. I have a larger question based on Glenn's posts, but I'll leave it here for these two questions. Over. Barry, your hand is up.
Yeah, I think I can explain why you are getting the request from this person and nobody else. When I go to this person's page, it says, do you know this person? And this person has one mutual friend, you. Nobody else here who all of whom are on my FB friends list, is listed. You're the only person who is listed as a
Friend.
mutual friend. So if you're
Right.
on
And that
his
was very
friends list-
recent, by the way. They asked to friend, and I immediately said, what about me, caused you to want to friend me? And then they sent this barrage of requests for support. So that's how it happened.
So anybody who friends this person is probably going to get the same treatment.
Don't know, but
I mean, a pattern of one isn't technically not a pattern, but a pattern of a barrage of Ely Mocenary appeals, that's a pattern.
right. Yeah, I don't like to be heartless and cruel, but I also want to, figure out what the best
Well-
thing to do here is.
Yeah, that can happen to anybody, and it's a really good topic
When-
for many
when-
reasons.
When the terrorists and criminals want to raise money, they go online. If they
Your
want to
audio is
raise,
choppy, Alex, for me at least.
if the terrorists want to go online and raise money, they target people they think have a big heart. They look for groups that are like our group.
Oh, may I tell you guys a story, since Alex, you triggered a memory in my mind, okay? In probably 2013 or 2012 sometime, one of Alexander's friends had a friend, and that friend had a friend, and that person said they, were really suffering and they needed help. And so for some reason, I felt this person was a good person and wanted help. So I sent her some money, and I don't need to say how much it was. It wasn't just, coffee. It was like a lot more than just for coffee. It wasn't like enough to retire on, but, it was, some amount of money.
$750.
I'm not going to confirm nor deny. Okay. So strangely, in late 2017, this is 1 year after I arrived at Camano Island, this person sends me a text and says, oh, she's now renting a room 20 miles north of me on Camano Island. And she has no car and has no way to get around. And she's on, disability payments of, some $100 a month, whatever. And can I take her on a ride to the grocery store? Can I take her on a ride to the Dollar Tree? Blah, 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 blah. So I did this once or twice. And then this person says, well, I'm getting kicked out of my apartment. Can I stay in your place for 30 days? And I said, let's put that in writing, let's just make sure it's no more than 30 days. And, here's the amount of rent. She offered a certain amount of rent. I agreed to it. So 30 days came by and she showed no signs of going anywhere. And 60 days went by. I gave her a reminder, and she started accusing me of being part of the Illuminati who's trying to oppress her the entire life that she's been, scrambling around ever since she used to be a VP of a big company in New York. And so suffice it to say that it took 3 months for me to convince her to go elsewhere. And that's only because I paid for her plane fare to go to Arizona. So I'm just wondering whether I'm an easy touch, because I believe people and
Easy.
That's putting it mildly.
Yeah, and people even warned me, hey, this is not on the up and up, and I thought they were just being too cynical. So I'm just wondering.
More
Okay.
information. They only have one image. It's an image of a kind of a glassine heart with the MCF monogram on it, which doesn't match to anything that Google can find. The
Football
about
club.
has, sorry,
A football club.
what does it stand for?
It's a football club of some description.
Oh, because when I did a search for it, nothing came up.
Soccer. Look
Oh,
like
it's soccer
soccer.
club.
Look,
Okay,
yeah.
so the only image is this image of this monogram with a heart with MCF monogram. The about has nothing in it. No workplaces, no schools, no nothing. This
Yeah.
person has no images,
Yeah.
no content, except they're friending 259 people in you and sending you Ely Mocenary appeals. I would disconnect from them, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, anyway, so I was just wondering whether this was a phenomenon that was common to you guys, how you deal with it, how you vet it, you know? I mean, I don't necessarily have a lot
I
of
do
time to
just
vet
what
these
Mary
people
did.
either.
Yeah, I think I would too in this
Yeah.
case. Yeah.
Okay,
There's
so
a
I have
larger
a question.
question here, though.
No conversation on their talk page.
Right.
No,
I send the link to the local Red Cross. And
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's two levels here. There's the level of Sam independently helping people because he feels like he's in a position where he may, so he contemplates it. But online, it's pretty easy, as Barry just showed you, to see if somebody is suspicious. And you know, any kind of relationship has to build up. Yeah, I don't. It just doesn't feel right. I don't friend anybody that, like, it was a good question you asked them, Sam, and they replied, but you know, chances are you're going to get somebody that wants to take you to a sex site, or you're going to have somebody who wants to get you to send them some money.
please sing you.
The sex and dating stuff is easy to see. That's obvious. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not
So-
hard to figure out.
But and that's because we're open to connect to on Messenger. That's just the way it is, and that'll have to be improved somehow. It's a hard one, isn't it? But a better, I think, direction from what you're asking is about Michael Jewasowitz. And
Yeah, that's a
Doug
tougher
said that he
one.
was going to.
Right. That's the second
He was-
case.
Doug
I mean,
Yeah.
it seems stupid
Yeah,
for
well,
me to
Doug
not
said he was gonna
immediately
head
send
that up, didn't he?
69 cents, but I just don't know how to do it. I don't even know if sending money will cost me $3 when the actual amount I want to send is just 59 cents, you know?
Yeah.
So
Well, you
those
could.
kind of questions.
There's no risk there except for attracting a whole lot of more noise and communication that you're going to have to deal with if it's not legit. You see, like that, you just you're going to get
Open the
spammed, I guess
floodgate.
is a good word.
Yeah, it's not sustainable.
Right.
So
That's why
I'm
I
trying to say
ask
something.
of you, how do we scale this? How do we scale
Well, this is
channeling our
it.
compassion?
I'm actually trying to say something. I'm actually trying to say something here.
Okay.
Sorry. So with the Michael Jewasowitz and Doug Breitbart, he announced after the passing of Michael that he was going to dig in to see what could be done, and I never heard anything come out of that. I have heard somebody else in the group reach out and start to work with somebody from that tribe that Michael was involved with.
Peter Jones has
But
been.
yeah, I think so if we scale that, you know, or the idea of scaling, helping people, ourselves included, you know, but you know, what resources would that person need in that area? And you know, Michael identified what he thought would be appropriate there in was it Uganda? And so, you know, wherever this person is from, you know, what agencies do they have there? Is there, could you ask them, well, could you put me in touch with somebody in your community that is supposed to be a leader, because you know, we're global challenges and we're looking for ways to facilitate, you know, scaling of help for people. Helping people individually is not really the game that we're into. I don't think we can scale that.
Yeah,
So
maybe not.
so that's
Yeah.
you know, what foundation are we laying? Like, that's what foundations are for, right? So
Right.
because I think there has to be a filter between you and the ask, and people who are trained and focused on that ask, who are dedicated to that. Like, if there's a need, the person's definitely asking for help one way or another, whether they're legit or they're just trying to take a shortcut or just being squeaky wheel that needs grease. You know, if they complain to enough people, somebody's going to give them the money. You know, I guess that's a statistics, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Or they might get blocked by their service provider. Anyway, I'll
Right.
end there.
So I guess I've heard enough of the general consensus around this request, but the second one, this Malawi Kwacha, you know, 450 request through Jonas, I believe the Printernet, as far as I know, has had 3 people step forward and say, let's figure out what to be done. You know, Doug is one of them, Peter Jones is another, and I guess Sean Granger, who I don't know, is another one. I don't know if there's others as well, but I don't know that those 3 have converged on a plan, or whether there are 3 separate plans. And I don't even know where the family sits because last I heard, the family shut down the Patreon. So, yeah, Stacy, you
I can
advise?
answer that.
Okay.
So Sean Granger would be the person to talk to. And I do believe something new has been set up because the family want to continue, on the work with the Patreon. But I do know that the money got to where it needed to get to last month. So I assume they found another way. That would be a place that I would donate because I have seen those people. I've spoken to those people. I know they're real and I can't help the whole world, but I could help what's right in front of me.
Right.
So I would talk to Sean about that. And yeah, my feeling is when it comes to, especially you're talking about 59 cents, I've given money suspecting that somebody wasn't legitimate, but I did it because I did it for me. It doesn't matter. I really got the experience of helping,
Yeah.
especially for that amount of money. I'm not talking about, big money. David has his hand up. I don't know if you can see him.
David probably doesn't have context here.
Hi guys. I am a bit of a mess at the moment. I've had a relapse of typhoid or weakness from not listening to what I was told to do. I was meant to sort of go straight to bed for 7 days when I came out of hospital, so I went straight back to work. I was working sort of 6 till about 12, and then taking a nap in the afternoon from 12 till 4, and then doing a little bit of work on a night time. And I've been doing that succinctly since I got out of hospital, pretty much from the first time I could. I like to try and get stuck in. I'm raising a carport at the moment, so I apologise for my. I'm not at 100%. I would say I'm probably at about 60%. The idea I had, well, first of all, if we're gonna look at something to help, to invest in, to work with, do we go safe, or do we go to something that is sort of properly, fully needed by a community? Could we all put something in that we think is a cause that's good, one long term and one short term, so we can play with it? Can we look at funding? Could we look at, say, asking every single one of our friends to put in $1? Or could we do what was done many years ago, where we put in a percentage of our own earnings into a pot? I know that Sam, you mentioned that there was some monies put aside from a time ago, but imagine if we all put, say, 4% or 5% of our weekly or monthly earnings in for, say, a set period of time to see what we could get. And we looked at maybe investing in ecological currencies, or we looked at maximizing that, or we had a few little sprouts that were looking at turning what we had into something more vast. And then we each choose, say, a project that's short term and long term, and have a vote. And it might be that 4 people say, yeah, I really want to do this, and stick together and do something. Or it might be that the whole of GCC says, yeah, I think this is a great investment of time and effort, and we can really help these people, and we can get to a stage where that sort of lifts to a completely different level for all of us. And I mean, I work with loads of different eco villages, loads of different individual projects, etc. I have my own, but I'd rather invest in someone else's. I mean, I'm sort of happy and healthy. I have a roof over my head. I'm in a fed and watered. I don't really struggle. I've got 2 bags to my name, so basically, if I need to move, I can literally pick 2 bags up and walk out the door, go to another place where I'll be fed and watered, and I don't really touch money that much. But there are communities that are looking for elders, or looking for people to maybe lift their profile. I'm sure you guys will have projects similar. Now imagine that we could get a community that would say, right, be our elders, be our driving force.
David, I was wondering if there was a call to action or there was a link back to the previous conversation. I'm just wondering where this is, or whether you're just like giving us a dump of what you've learned lately.
Well, basically, I'm sure that we all have projects, major projects that we know of like this. Could we somehow have a call to action where we could all put in a short term and a long term, with the idea of stewarding it from afar, something that either we can trust or something that's maybe got a little bit of edge to it, but it's pretty trustworthy, and we've got people on the ground like Printernet or something like that, where we can sort of do something vast together, and be stewards, be elders as such.
Can I respond real quick, and then Glenn and Alex? Okay. When this GCC got set up, Aaron Perlmutter and a few of us started a fund. Daniel Harris actually administered it. And some of us put certain number of euros in per month, and it was going for years. And that's why we got to like 800, 900 euros somewhere in that account. So the whole attempt was to use that to drive how we make decisions, what we invest in, blah, blah, blah. But the lack of agreements around process and values and whatever has meant that we don't actually do anything, and that money is just sitting there. Separately, each of us do our own individual agency, right? So when people ask me for money, sometimes I send money. Usually if, I know that I know this person, or somebody else I know knows this person, so I end up doing that. And it's not huge amounts, but I do try and spread it around a little bit. But I think what you're saying is, let's try the first model again and bring it back. And all I'm saying is, and it could be different, but I'm just saying it does exist, and there is 900 or so euros in there. So the question is already immediate. At some point, we, and I don't know who we is, could decide to do something with that $900. So that was my quick response, just to make sure that we covered that historical context. And then Alex and Glenn have their hands up. I don't know which was which.
Alex was first, I think.
I was just going to suggest that these projects and ideas that have current beneath them, that have some momentum, if the page is ready, send me the link and I can add it to my Links Plus event schedule. I can add it to there. There's another link then on the internet, on the web, and that strengthens the search engine optimization algorithms. It's one way of doing it. And it also informs the people who come back and look at that page regularly to see updates and new links appearing. Over.
Glenn?
Yes. Well, this idea reminds me of an idea Josh was speaking about a while ago about creating a kind of foundation, sort of an entity larger than ourselves, where money could be put in, and which at some time can be spent towards certain projects. I mean, I certainly see this. This is a really good. It's a hard question. I mean, it's probably an easy case when you're getting asked in that kind of way by a complete stranger. But then there's the other cases where they're more somewhat connected, and you're probably going to have all kinds of cases. And then, of course, we're all free to decide what we want to contribute to. When I'm thinking about this systemically, how could we scale it? It seems to depend on the information system itself. A really good information system, it seems to sort of be built on the architecture of a community. So for me, it's easier to think of this in terms of what that architecture could be. And this was some of the stuff that I was writing about today. And then if the informational architecture can be good enough, then that will open up all kinds of avenues for all kinds of people to present their situation, for them to be put into the memory, and then to have this light of the collective mind upon specific people, specific communities, specific projects. And then we might really have a foundation to know what we want to invest in, if we want to invest in or support. And there's many possibilities there. It seems to all depend on the basics. Yeah, Sam.
I am not against that. I do think, though, that if we don't start from a foundation of listening and making agreements, how can we even constitute anything legally with the charter?
Yeah, that's
So
kind of what I was going
been,
to.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I've been focused on micro agreements. If we haven't even established how we make agreements among each other, good luck trying to float a 15-page charter around to someone saying, here, give me $10 a month or $50 a month or $1,000 a month, right? Good luck. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, if we want to go there, what do we have to do first? Well, agreements. Okay, well, if we want to do agreements, what do we need to do first? Well, we need to listen. We need to have sense making. Well, how are we going to do sense making? Well, we got to be able to, work out some disagreements, and we got to, learn how to focus. That's been my series of focal points before we even get to macro agreements like contracts and charters and projects. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at this thing too axiomatically, but that's the way I'm approaching it. I certainly welcome other approaches, but this is just my little approach.
What
And
I
as we
see.
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead, David.
Oh, thanks. What I see is that in most of the spaces I've been, there is usually a seminar on how to make agreements first, on how to bring a community forward, especially if there's issues in the community, etc., and lack of agreements, lack of coming to a common ground. There are people that will run seminars, and usually they're a couple of hours long, so a couple of hours Zoom meeting with someone, just sort of like literally, and a lot of it is common sense stuff. And once you think, oh, are you for real? Like, seriously? And then afterwards, when you actually put it into practice and things start moving forward, you're like, oh, right, well, that is pretty bloody straightforward, but it works. Shit. we've actually moved forward from that space, and now we're making choices together, and we have a foundation, and we have a worldview that we would like to achieve. So that worldview is of ultimate importance, and then we have like sort of micro sort of things that we'd like to achieve. So we'll have like our weekly sort of achievements. Doug spoke about checking in fully and being present. The last couple of times I've been in meetings, I haven't been present. I must be honest, I've been too rough. But the day I'm pretty much fully present, I'm here. So basically, why don't we have these sort of sprouts or these sort of GCC or Zoom small seminars with people that can actually help us make agreements that have done it for, you know, thousands of communities across the globe. My friend is the founder of Global Eco Villages Network, Oceania and Asia. I'm sure within, like, Danushka is one of the major players in Global Eco Village Network. He's from Sri Lanka. We have many other people. Why don't we get somebody to run a small sort of seminar on agreements or something like that? Bring some guest speakers in that would happily do it for free and move forward. Let's identify what the problems are, find somebody that can help us work through them, and invite them in, let them do their thing, and then move forward with it. Now, if it's someone that would charge a small fee or whatever, hopefully we could get it for free because of the nature of the work. And I'm sure that if she would put someone forward. If I asked some of the other guys, they would put someone forward. If anybody would attend, if anybody would open to that, right? Basically, we can call this a community or an eco village or whatever we want to call it. And Sam, you have an extremely valid point, but we need to move beyond it. So how do we do that? Who are we going to invite in? How are we going to move over this hump in the road? Because basically, we've got an entire car, an entire vehicle that's stopped at a hump in the road going, oh, well, by this, it's just never know what may, I haven't even got to a hill yet. So we need to move over the hump in the road first. And these are all sociological, and these are all more sort of, I don't know, fear-based issues. These are blockages. So maybe we need a group unblocking session. Maybe we need someone from an outside source that's just going to come and zap and then move forward. You know, not really anybody to get involved, just to move us over this hump in the road, basically. But we have to agree first on that.
That should be easy. That should be easy. We can have that. Yeah. Just any meeting, just have somebody come in, present something. That fits very well with what we've been doing so far. And I think
would everybody present be sort of happy with that idea, and maybe doing a little bit of getting some key people involved from GCC, and then looking at moving over this hump in the road if someone would come in?
I would support it if it was an initiative that you or anyone else wanted to put forth. I would caution against calling it GCC. But as long as you want to call it whatever you wanted to call it, I would support it.
Because I think
the thing I know is, just like what you're saying, sorry, Glenn, is that yes, I've been in industry now over 3 decades, and I've seen a lot of this work. I've seen workshops, I've seen management training, I've seen leadership training, I've seen success industry training, I've seen enlightenment training, I've seen all of this stuff, just like many of you have, right? So we know this is stuff that's easily accessed if you want it. My question was, could we co-create it? In other words, each of them is going to come and say, well, you're going to do X, Y, Z, and you're going to have 10X results, but you got to commit to this. And this is my model, and this is what you got to do. And I've proven it because I've helped thousands of people. And they'll each say that. And I'd have no doubt. And that's why I support it. If people want to go and do it. So Alex can do his, you can do yours, Glenn can do his, I can do mine, Stacy can do hers. But I caution against calling any of that GCC, unless, of course, we have that GCC conversation and deliberation.
But I think that's pretty clear that GCC is like a space within which all of these projects
Yeah.
and initiatives can get light. So everyone will come in with their models, their initiatives, and this has been a wish from the beginning, that this space can be a way to highlight things that people are already doing, projects they're already doing, and that offers opportunities for also various practical support, various collaborations. But the GCC is more like the space of awareness, the conversation space, the attention space, within which all of this stuff can be illuminated. That's how I look at it.
Right.
I think, yeah, Thijs has something here.
See, let me add 2 more comments. In the light of, or sorry, does anybody else have their hand up?
Tees was about to speak.
Oh, sorry, Tees. Go ahead.
No, I just want to give an example of what Glenn says. So I was explaining to Jonas in Malawi how to build a tiny forest, and now it's up into, not because my action, but now it's in the World Economic Forum. So they're promoting tiny forest while I was explaining it to Jonas in Malawi in a little village so it's happening. So it's fun. So that's it. I have nothing to add. It's just, it takes some time. You don't build it in one day.
Okay. All right. So can I insert my 2 comments? And then Alex and then David? Okay. So in the light, in the spirit of the first question I asked, which is, should I send money or not? Okay. And if I'm not doing the research to actually vet this particular request, then I would actually seek third parties. There's a lot of noise, I think, coming from the microphone here. And I would trust any of you guys to actually do research, just like Barry did here, okay? But I would also trust a larger international organization if, and this is a big if, okay, if they were transparent. In other words, if they're completely transparent about what monies they collected and how they disperse that money and how they pay their members. If there was any such organization that was that transparent, and I think to me, that's more important than the percentage of dollars that actually gets to where it's supposed to go. See, some people think it's supposed to be in the 80s and 90s and 70s, whatever. I wouldn't necessarily think that's the #1 important thing. Those numbers can be cooked if there is no transparency. I would request transparency first. And any organization that's going to be that transparent about 100% of its intake and 100% of its outgo, I would donate to that organization if they're that honest and that transparent. That's my first response to who I would trust to vet. Okay. And the second is whether or not we actually collect our funds and go together in some collective, nice, good worldview, to me is nice, good, but unnecessary as a first step. I would like to eventually get there, but if somebody said, here's a thing you could donate to, and it's not going to be a big risk to me, and I maybe only agree with 2/3 of what they're trying to do, and I maybe have issues with 1/3 of it, I would still probably support it, even though I don't completely agree with their worldview. Okay, let's take cases in the Middle East, whether you support these people on one side of Gaza or the other, suffering is happening. And I don't necessarily have to agree with each of the worldviews to understand that suffering is happening and want to help with that. So coming up with a collective worldview that makes sense to all of us, to me, is a big pie in the sky objective that, if we require that before we work together, we're going to be here for a very long time doing nothing. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I can make small micro agreements. I can send 59 cents here, not knowing very much about that. I could send $5 a month here, not knowing very much about that. And then eventually I might learn more. I might give more, or I might learn more. I might give less. Okay. And how we each individual does that, hopefully we learn from each other. And then lessons will bubble up. Projects will bubble up. Initiatives and energy will bubble. That's what I'm hoping to see. Over. And then I know there was Alex and David and Stacy, so all you guys are on.
I was thinking about a connection between the billionaires and the little groups that are planting mini forests, provided they have somebody in their group who can make a website, a web page. The idea is to link those pages together with all the groups that are doing that forestry work and have Zoom sessions. They can talk about it, and the donors, the investors, with the sustainable money coming from these large corporations, can at least see what's going on, have a look and make a judgment about whether or not they're interested in pursuing any of that business. They can get, if they do, they can get their banner on that group's page. Over.
David, Stacy.
So the other day, I remember which day it was. We spoke about a worldview, and we spoke about the worldview of Paradise Earth. Pretty much, you know, we had agreement or an alignment of choice on classing it as Paradise Earth. That the entire planet is an absolute mess. That pretty much all of us want to see a better planet for our future generations, and we all came to a sort of loose or you know, some of us came to a loose ideal that it would be good that paradise was established back on Earth. So we came to a global sort of worldview and a group worldview in that Zoom itself, or some of us did. So I can't say anybody that would object to that. So that's you know, 10 years worth of whatever gone. So basically, the thing is, what small project do we start with so we don't mess this up? And if we do, it doesn't matter so much. And does it have to be that tightly tied in? Is there one of us that we can trust, or two or three of us that we can trust with some small projects that we can try to work on together to see where it goes and how it goes? And if it's, you know, $50, $100, or, you know, €50 or €100, and it doesn't work out, and we learn where we've got weaknesses and how we can work beyond that, and then the next stage we do better, but we don't give up. You see, the fact of the matter is, if you fall over, you tend to always keep getting up, and you succeed by just keep getting up. You see, you fail if you just lie there on the floor till you die. So are we prepared to keep getting back up? Because otherwise that you know, go and lie on the floor somewhere.
I really want to jump in here. Yeah, okay. Finish, please. Yeah, I just love that you're bringing us some, like, the really essential thing. Paradise on Earth is something we can agree on as the big common purpose, because it's big enough to contain everyone. And then we can begin on specific projects. But I thought you had a little more to say there. Please finish.
Well, yeah, easier to the type, but sorry. No, Sam, I don't think you were, but I'm a bit vague on things at the moment. My head's up my bum, to be fair. I'm building a carport, like I say, and it's hot season and rough as the road, so I'm a bit delirious, I must be honest. But yeah, we sort of, that's not a bad worldview. It's something everybody can sort of say, yeah, I'm behind that. And it can be as vague as it needs to be, but it's something. Everything else has to fall into place from the smaller works. So we could have sections. We need to look at what people would like to do, what they're prepared to do. And I think, you know, locking people in and tying people in is very, very 3D. You see, I've been to 4 or 5 eco villages, or, you know, why we call them eco villages, I don't know, communities basically. And I stay as long as I can and do as much as I can. But if there's resistance or there's anything else, I'll up and off and leave and go somewhere else. If it doesn't, if my heart doesn't feel good. So when it gets to a stage of a year, 2 years, 3 years, I've invested time, effort, whatever else. I know the community's a better community. I've got nothing. I don't have any money. I don't have any bank account. I have 2 bags. So if I can lift them up and take them to the next place, help someone else, help set up infrastructure, and help them move forward with their communities. That's enough for me to know that I've done okay. Now, if that's setting up a worm farm, the water systems, planning for a borehole, planning for harvesting water so it stays on their land, planning for make fertility for the soil, if it's a 2,000 gallon fertilizer space for fermented fertilizer, and it's moved it forward enough, I know that I've achieved something. And if it's a dictatorship and the person that's running it's an ass, and I move forward, I know that everybody else and them, they have prospered from it, and it doesn't matter. I don't care who it is. It's a community. They've got people there that need the food. They need these systems set up. It doesn't matter. I don't care who it is. It could be Adolf Hitler. That's not a very good choice. It could be an absolute ass that just wants to make money. But at the end of the day, if he's doing something ecological and the certain systems set up and it makes the world a slightly better place, I've done what I need to do. I've catalyzed and moved forward. Now, I saw GCC as something like that when I first sort of came in. I never had any intention at all of being involved, unless, of course, it was catalyzing you guys to move forward. That was the major involvement. I want to retire when I'm 49, right? And I'm 49 on the 21st of September this year. I'm happy just to go back to my place, Lighthaven, and never see another human being in my entire life. I'm sick of being in communities where they're coming like, how do I wipe my bum? How do I eat food? And how do I tell the time? And you're like, are you serious? Like, come on. Like, what are you asking me? Like, do I look like a wet nurse? Do I look like your mom or your dad? But I'll help. I'll say, well, sort of like this, but you need to do it yourself from now on. If you come and say it again, I'll slap your face. And basically, it gets to a stage where I don't want to be, spiritually leading, spiritually holding space, mentally holding space, communally holding space. You need a break. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for my 49 till infinity break from all of this, basically. I want to catalyze some movement and see the world a better place, by all means, but I don't want to be wet nursing anything or anyone anymore beyond my 49th birthday. I said I would retire at 49 and that would be it. I don't want, before I'm 50. So that's my set date for doing so. So everything else will be taken sort of a backseat from then on, and I'll be looking at my own project. So the big project up at Wataton, we've got 2 members up there running that. We've got infrastructure there. We've got people on board that are ready to move forward with it. The Princess's Royal Project and linking in with the monasteries there, that's pretty much self-sufficient and running on its own now. This Life Chanuen space that we're in, that wants to link with the local monastery across the road. The local monastery wants to link here. The local shaman wants to link in with it. There's a meditation master called Paul who wants to link in as well. This is about up and running for me. So I'm sort of getting to a stage, once I get the infrastructure here, I'm sort of ready to move on from here as well, which, I'm thinking prior to my retirement, I might go to Copenhagen with the island, just find a hut on the beach for, 300 baht a week or something like that, and just chill till September. But I want to get this moving. I want to get the infrastructure here running. I want to see GCC move forward as well, but I don't want to get too heavily involved. Yeah, Alex, I think it's going to be similar for me. I'm going to retire, and then obviously I'm going to sort of end up going back to things. I don't think I could ever do it, but it's a nice pipe dream. It's good. Let's move forward with something small. Let's not have massive agreements and tie-ins. If somebody can make it for a week and then drop out for 3 weeks or 4 weeks, let them do it. If they need that, let them do it. If they come in, let them put in when they want to put in. And you haven't put any money in. You haven't put this in. You haven't put that in. We've put more of this in. We put more. All of this bullshit is our own personal issues and blocks. So we need to start looking at ourselves. Basically, I think I realised that I was so, sorry for swearing, fucked up, that I couldn't really engage in anything whatsoever. So I basically, all the way through this, everything that comes up that really triggers me in anybody else, I have to go away and do that inner work myself. I've got to go away and think, well, you know, why does that trigger me? Because I'm a complete asshole. I need to look at this. He or she saying that, triggering me, and then me reacting is because I'm a dick, basically. I have to take responsibility for this. And if we can leave that shit at the door when we walk into a space, it's not for us. It's for everything and everybody else. We have to get over that self. Leave that at the door to let the selfless in.
Yes.
So it's a choice that we make to leave ourselves at the door. The pissing contests, especially when there's lots of males in a room, especially intelligent males, is ridiculous. And it's all basically usually pissing contests. The cockerel strutting around the farmyard. And there's not even any women around usually. So
One's about to leave.
Yeah, Stacy has a lot to say, I think, and Colin also.
Let me say
afterwards.
something.
Sorry, Stacey.
Stacy, go for it.
Thank
I
you.
want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, what I want to say is, I'll try to, I don't mean to sound too blunt, but so that Barry's done a lot of work from 30 years ago, building communities of trust. And I think what happens is because he has such an abundance of information that he throws out there, that sometimes what could really be important to us is overlooked. So I don't know enough about it because I myself have not looked into the Arenda project that he was talking about and some other things that he and I have discussed. But I think it would be worthwhile to look into what he was working on 30 years ago and then see where we might want to modify for our situation, because things change. And we are in a unique position by nature of the relationships we already have. And we already know a lot, you know, a lot is different. So I just wanted to say that, like was mentioned before, everybody comes in with their own models. What I don't see a lot of are people that try to incorporate pieces from everyone's model, which is something I tried to do. I wasn't successful at it, but I think it might be a good idea to ask Barry which of his writings would be most applicable to what we're trying to do now as a starting point, and to look at it together. And then, you know, I mean, he's happy with us changing his stuff. Unlike, you know, many people that want everything exactly the way they put it, Barry is happy for us to take whatever fits us and use it. And I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. It's been out there for 30 years. It's an example. If it makes sense, use it. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. I'm not going to force it on anybody's throat. It's just an example that worked in the 90s. That's all.
But my point is, because you give so much information, I think that got lost. So at some point, I think you might want to say, hey, this is something, if you only look at one thing I ever wrote, look at this.
It's in the chat. The vision and mission statements are very short, basically 1 or 2 sentences. You can read them in a minute.
Okay, Alex, to me.
I was going to ask Barry if he's used the web page tags for the keywords and put collaboration and co-visioning and whatever in the keyword section, so people looking for that sort of thing are more likely to find those pages in the results.
You mean in a Google search?
Yes.
These pages are so old that they fell off of Google search probably 10 years ago.
Well, you can renew the Google, the code that goes in the header or the page footer.
I mean, that's why I put them in the chat, because you can't find them.
So let me tell a little story, okay? And it has some relevance to this point you just made, Stacy, which is that maybe 8 or 9 years ago, I made an acquaintance with someone who's actually quite well known in the business coaching world and quite successful in her own business advising business. So she was part-time here, part-time there. And when she expressed interest in what I was doing, We had a conversation of about an hour, after which she said, here, read this and then get back to me. And it was like her entire life's work. It's probably, you know, I don't know, many, 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 many hours of reading. So to me, the question is one of relevance and focus and interaction. I mean, if I had come into GCC and let's say David came for the very first time, and I said, David, you know, read everything I've written about the following 17 subjects, you know, and look at all my smart problem lists, and I'll look at all my dumb people problem lists, and look at Mentor, and look at Wikipedia, and look at Dictopedia, and look at, and then get back to me. Would there be a second conversation? So the question is, you know, when we are on focus, when we're in a conversation around a particular set of themes, you know, maybe that one key element that, you know, illuminates and, you know, really adds something to that conversation is the exact right drop to drop in at that moment. And that can be followed by another one once the conversation shifts a little bit and grows a little bit, you know? And so I'm just
And
saying there's
separate
different
sprouts.
approaches we all take. We all
Separate
take different
sprouts.
approaches. Sorry, Glenn, you were saying?
And separate sprouts also
Yeah,
can
those
go
sprouts are
from that.
welcome. You know, I keep saying sprouts are welcome here in GCC. You know, Alex is taking Wednesdays. Perfect. You know, other video conversations can come and go. So initiatives can sprout out of this. And I think that's perfect. Imagine, I keep imagining we're meeting in this big town square, okay? Now, how long a conversation and with whom would we need in order to say, let's plant flowers every 6 feet? Who'd raise the money? Who'd do the planting? You know, who's gonna do the measuring? Oh, that was off by 5 feet, you know, oh, blah, 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 you know? Or is everybody gonna be laissez-faire and say, yeah, great, this place looks a whole lot better now. But there's always somebody that says, I want to know who's coming up with the money. I want to know who's doing the planting. That person doing the planting, they don't get enough credit, you know, blah, 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 blah. So I don't want to be a naysayer. I'm just saying individual initiatives. If I want to take this 6 square feet and plant flowers here, and I say, I'm going to do it, and if nobody really objects, like I'm not going to ruin life for anybody, I'll go ahead and do it. David.
I'll just state I'm on a mobile phone as well, so I can only see maybe 3, 4 people at a time. So I cannot see if anybody has a hand raised or anybody is waiting to jump in, etc. The thing is, we're talking about mainly the business side of it, the prospect of moving forward as a business. First of all, we need to move forward as a community and as family. And we need to stop looking at this as time is proof of you know the appearance and the emergence and the presence of love in this situation, because if there was no love and respect, etc., we wouldn't come back. You don't just come for no reason whatsoever. So we've created this really sort of weird looking family of beautiful people. Some drop in, some drop out. So we have all of the prospects, but basically that's a community. It's a wonderful community. And we need to move forward with that plan. And I think, Sam, in one way or another, all of these things are going to come up, and they do. Right? I do this real time in every community, but once people start moving and planting the flowers, somebody takes the job of watering them. If nobody is, somebody stands up and says, wait a minute, we've planted all these flowers, nobody's watering them. Then somebody goes, oh, well, I'll do it. And even if it's left to the last minute and most of them die, if you've got 10% of them still alive, you can save seeds. So basically, you know, all is never always lost. 10% gives you pretty much 100% again, plus enough to, you know, swell your seed bank to have left over. So when we're looking at biodiversity in communities, and we invest in maybe the biodiversity in a community, you're never going to lose out. And we're not going to make money. We're going to make an area more beautiful, and we're going to make probably societies more sovereign and interdependently independent. So, but whatever the project, I'm not here to make money. I never will be. I don't care. I don't give a flying F. And I'm not here to, you know, be lodged in a community somewhere. I don't like that. I like to move around. If I feel like, you know, it's time to move on, it's time to move on. And I go. I don't mess about. And we all should be able to do that. And, you know, in something like this, if we commit and then suddenly, you know, something emerges, we talk about it. We're family. All right, we'll take a break. Do what you need to do. Come back. 6 months' time, they appear again. There'll be other people to take their place. Somebody stands up when somebody falls. It's just a natural process. So we have to start to trust the process, but we have to begin the process, right? We can come up with all of the fears, etc., until we actually get over our own personal fears and move over that first bump, either individually or together. And that's going to take a little bit of inner work. We're going to have to look inside and see why we're getting triggered, why we're afraid, why we're not moving forward personally. We cannot blame anybody else. Like I say, God and the devil are just aspects of ego that we use to get away with doing what we want to do and blaming something or someone else, not taking responsibility. So, you know, Sam triggering me, or Barry triggering me, or he hasn't done what he said he was going to do, blah, 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 blah. All of this are things that we need to work on within ourselves. If Barry hasn't done what he's meant to do, that means that I have an issue with my inability to finish some of the projects that I have. I have to look at that honestly and real. And we have to be there for each other to hold space and a solution-based thing. And it can't be, you know, problem, well, this won't work and this might not work, and I would have to say it like this, and I would have to say it like that. That's great. We can talk like that for another 10 years. It's great. But until somebody actually puts the foot on the accelerator, somebody has the steering wheel and somebody turns the car on, and we try and make it over that first bump, then the mountains become much more accessible, much more easy to because we've gotten over the first bump and the car's moving. We can accelerate a little further, we put the brakes on, change gear, change direction. All of it's in our own hands after that. But we have to start. We have to set a date or a time. Sorry.
I think a lot of people want to speak now. Yeah, go for it, Alex.
There was an octopus and the tentacles reaching out. One of the tentacles was touching a website. The other tentacles were touching other websites. So the octopus was multitasking by connecting in a network. You know, it was like a piece of information for the AI. See, you know, that image behind me indicates in a way what the AI is able to see. And it's making decisions based on the content that it's finding and the links that they are linked with. So that is an indication for me of how this octopus is looking for those websites with its tentacles. And when it finds good ones with rich content and truthfulness and dedicated people observing rules of conduct in the conversations, it likes those, and it seems to stay there. The tentacle will stay on that site longer and probably add some more links. Let the other octopus know that he's there. Over.
I got a lot of thoughts, but I think that Colin has been waiting a long time, so.
Well, I know you can see my hand, Glenn, and I've been very patient. Thank you. Well,
it's an interesting discussion.
It certainly is. And Sam looked so into what was being said that it'd be a horrible thing to interrupt his listening. He's listening very deeply today. I went and had a look. So I heard what Sam said about some things, and I hear what other people are saying, and I think Barry hit it when he said a vision statement. Like, that's the thing that's missing. But because that's missing, It allows people to come and have a phenomenon happen where what you see here is like a mirror of kind of what you bring. So, because there is no place to grab a hold of the handle, although there are some tenets of goodwill and leaning in, doing us better, bunch of mantras. And a start as a beacon for me is coexistence and global challenges. And I was always challenged at thinking about wicked problems. And now we have super wicked problems. So, you know, you look through the transcripts, you'll probably, if I search for wicked problems, it'll probably come up 10,000 times. I don't know. But as people come here to this space, they see what they bring. And there was some really good questions asked today that hint toward this Venn diagram that I envision. And Glenn speaks of visioning, and we had weeks of attempting to vision. And so, you know, when Barry says a vision statement, it's very short, it's easy. Like, I wonder if we could actually do it, but that's an aside. And maybe we all bring our own vision statement. I don't know, maybe that's the purpose. So, you know, the sprouts are growing out of these vision statements and the journeys that we bring. So, you know, the thing that highlighted today is the money. People use money to get places. So, okay, there's a GCC money. So let me flip the question a little bit and talk about Gertrude and the Friday show. It used to be called Friday Experiments. Does she call that GCC appreciators group? Or is that just something that took the Friday Experiment slot? Or is that part of our scientific method that isn't necessary? So was her sprout, did it become from what I would consider conversations of scaling collaboration to an actual instance of Gertrude doing some kind of a show? And that's what David's bringing. He's bringing a collaboration, and that's what Michael Josefitz had. So how do we help template the services to help identify these things, plug them into the context of their community? If that's what we want to do, that sounds like a thing for, you know, what Stacy's saying, Barry's into community building. So, you know, those would be the section of the GCC that would be, you know, on the campus of the GCC. That would be the community building experts over there, right? Where I don't think I would appreciate those people and hang out with those people, but I don't know if I would actually be in that camp as my focus group. I'm more of a tool builder. So I might go to different communities and, you know, help build tools instead of picking one community. So it's this Venn diagram or association diagram of how we bring what we have and each hone our own vision statement or join with other people for a mini. But the question is, the GCC money pot, how do we spawn off shows like the Deep Dive, which got canceled, and Barn Raising is back? If Doug would have got his way, we'd still be the Deep Dive. You see? So these are the questions of the we that I see. The administrative, keeping the flow of the shows, the scientific experiment of you know, unblocking for barn raising, and you know, I think the appreciators fit in. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, as a case in point, should it still hold that Friday spot, or should we make a new Friday experiment? And that was the answer to me when I brought this up, that we should have just a GCC video account that becomes the GCC we, and all the shows can be on there, and we can, like, that could be the project that we could administer, you know, produce our effort in more of a meaningful way. But that might not be the purpose, so it never took off. I was told, go build your own show, right? We got our shows. So it is this Venn diagram that keeps getting confused of what are we here? And Barry, that was the questions Barry was asking when he first came. He asked it like 3 or 4 times, and I I should go back and see what my reply was to him, because that would be a bit humorous, I think, because this repeats. And I'm channeling Jazzwinder. So I think until we do have this vision statement of envisioning thing where someone like David comes and we say, well, David, that sounds like a printernet thing, but eco-village style. These are the people that work on that. And let's get back to the GCC, and we're going to do another collection, pass around the collection plate for storing video storage or building software tools to help, you know, people do stuff in Malawi or whatever it is we're doing. You know, I think it's a group effort. So, you know, having the worldview, I think it's a default worldview friendly space, unless your worldview is harmful. So all the arguments come out of people pushing their worldviews, not of people being open and accepting. I think, you know, like, look, this is the way this should be done. It's written here in the scriptures, this or that, or, you know, science is no good. And, you know, they get into this woo land of anti-scientism and religionism and whatever it is. It doesn't happen a whole lot here. But what if it did?
And
What if it did
superstition.
happen here? Hold on.
Let's skip that part. But I really
Let's skip that part. But I'm saying, you know,
here.
that was brought up. You know, it's not a problem here at our group. But what if it did become a problem? And so it's not a problem, but it is in my bucket of concerns. So don't think I'm bringing my bucket here to make all you guys feed and think like I'm thinking. I'm saying this is the example that I'm using of why it's difficult to have this particular conversation. And if you wanted to define this domain and the words to speak about worldviews, how would you do it so you didn't offend somebody? But really, people who want to get something done, hopefully it's more about what needs to be done and not about that kind of authority over stuff, that we're trying to do things differently, right? So yeah, it should be a trigger to see if we're doing things right and who's making the claim.
I have a specific suggestion now. If you want to hear
so anyway, I think with the I'll just say that, you know, from what I've been feeling that the vision is for me is that we're trying to build memory of what we're doing to move ahead in a way that we don't have a leader of the foundation, but at the same time projects and people can meet each other and build and do whatever they want. And if there is a major project that does come together, then so be it. But I don't think any one person, like, there's no mission statement, here we are planting trees. This is not the tree planting place. But tree planting is a big part of what GCC talks about. Let's search the records for planting trees. I bet you that's another 10,000 hit, right? So so I do think it's a place, it's a think tank, it's in the meta of scaling. Better conversations. But
it has the potential to connect directly with on-the-ground projects.
And individuals see what they see. Doug sees now, I guess, into the island of roots from fears. He's going into, you know, another thing of trigger identification services. I don't know. Like, he's got his way of looking at things, and that's great. But is that GCC is? No. And, you know, Sam has his dream, and we all have something. So how do we bring that out in each other, as opposed to thinking that we're one organization with one money pot, and start thinking about we all bring our own.
We're not. It's obvious. GCC isn't even important because it's far bigger. It's far bigger.
Some branches are growing faster than others.
Yeah, and I think my vision statement lines up with a lot of vision statements of people here, but it's how do I use what I do to fit in without having to do what Sam said, go read these 500 pages, which is ridiculous.
But this stuff is really great because we've really cast light to some big issues here, and I think there's an answer, which is pretty obvious between everything we've said. And I'm just gonna read something that I read today, and it addresses this directly. A network of Earth-based intentional communities could potentially form part of the skeletal system of a new, resilient, regenerative, abundant, earth-based socio-economic system. There's a deep need for humans to be on the land. There's a need in the psyche also to travel, to seek out new lands. And there can be a network of these sustainable communities all over the world, and a network of the think tanks that relate to them, so that we are in a metaspace that directly connects to projects on the ground and can support the projects on the ground. And we can build on the knowledge from all kinds of sustainability initiatives, from all kinds of specific initiatives, from the specific theoretical work that some people in this space are doing, the projects to help communities. So the answer is obvious. It's an open space that casts light on the best things that are happening with transparency, with appreciation, with examination, with questioning, with deep dives, with sharing, with knowledge development, with all of us sharing our individual visions, all of us then in community expanding those visions, putting all of those expanded visions together into a larger vision, which becomes the co-vision, all the things each of us individually agree on, putting into the agreement, that becoming the collective agreements. It all makes sense. It comes together. The agreements come out of the co-visioning sense-making process. This goes directly to the projects on the ground. The projects on the ground inform the co-visioning and sense-making projects. The sense-making and co-visioning projects inform the projects on the ground. So it's a mutual interaction between practical projects all around the world and a layer of mind, a global mind, which is open, transparent, and the GCC is a part of this. Open Global Mind is a part of this. Seco Labs is a part of this. The intellectual dark web is a part of this. Many, many organizations. So GCC isn't even important. What's important here is there's a new knowledge that's being created. Yeah, go for it. I'm finished. Sam and David.
Sam, do you want to go first then? Yeah, you're muted.
You have to unmute. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, David. Glenn, love it. This is why, rather than focusing so much on this group or collective charter, I go more towards our individual agency. This is why, for me, the COI is more interesting. If I say I'm going to do good, if Alex says he's going to do good, and he's transparent and I'm transparent, and we're both learning and we're both taking advice from others and we're both being accountable to our trusted peers, my notion of good is either going to be amplified and stronger over time, or it's going to bend slightly towards a better understanding of what good is, okay? But it's going to have that evolution. It's either going to gain strength or it's going to morph somewhat into a better notion of what good is. Over time, if my notion of good and Alex's or yours notion of good becomes so seemingly aligned, then that magic will happen. We will resonate. We will amplify each other. And if we can do that, one-on-one, then one-on-one-on-one, then 2x2, then 2x3, etc., that's the emergent growth I would prefer to see. I don't want to say, here's a vision, you all sign up or jump ship, right? That's the old model. But if we can say we are so in tune, with the good that we want to do, that we constantly learn what that means on a daily or weekly or monthly basis. And then that crystallizes into, wow, here's my beacon, there's Glenn's beacon, and we're at very similar frequencies and strength. Then magic can happen. And then we'll have that deep understanding of what you mean by good, what I mean by good. We'll see the history of what we've been doing. We'll look at the trajectory of actions and the trajectory of accomplishments and achievements. And I think that will naturally bring us together.
Evolve.
That's what I
We'll
think
evolve.
this open space provides. Then if we have 3,000 or 30,000 such people, I really have hope for the planet.
Then
We'll
there's
start with
real hope.
1-on-1, 1-on-2, 1-on-3, but that's why I go bottom up rather than top down. Over.
So I want to remind you of one of the statements when I first came in to GCC. In 2018, we all met at Gaia Calling, which was basically a call to action for everybody that cared, everybody that wanted to do this kind of good thing, to somehow collaborate, work together, or at least say we are standing as one. And it didn't matter where you were, or if you communicated, or if you were friends or family, or whatever. We all are somehow anyway. So basically, we had elders, we had, and yes, not allocated, it was just a spontaneous emergence. From that, by 2020, and this happened in 19th, 20th, and 21st of March, 2018. The second year, we had a similar sort of lifting of consciousness, and the third year, 2020, 19th, 20th, 21st of March, we had 500,000 individual celebrations of sovereignty from communities across the globe just before COVID was an outbreak that wiped that clean off. We had indigenous groups meeting with healing centers and what would classically be called eco-villages across the world. It was emergent, it was natural, it was organic, and basically that was the big push. And it was roughly about the same time that Donald Trump stood up in the European Parliament and said he was leaving the standard monetary system and going to take America into its own monetary system and change everything. So all of this was coming together at exactly the same time. So basically, all of this was already pre-happening. It basically all has been knocked on the head. It's all the communications, the feel-good factor. All of this seems to be a great coincidence to happen just at exactly the same time. Now, this emergence cannot stop once it's begun. It's happening here in GCC. It's happening in individual hearts and minds, and I still feel fully connected, although I'm not sort of speaking on Zooms, etc., etc. I'm not living in other people's pockets. I'm doing the do in my own small community and knowing that that's enough, and moving from community to community so that I'm not feeling too possessed or possessive of any community. I'm not attaching. And I know it's like a bee visiting flowers and pollinating. Eventually, the garden's going to bloom. Eventually, the city is going to be an intermingling of nature and how it actually truly is at the moment. Where we are is enough. What we're doing is enough. And the willingness to be here shows that we're pretty much over the hump of the road. We're at a stage where we're actually, somebody's ready to press the gas down. Ecological gas, of course. It's going to be, it's a hemp car, Alex, and it can fly, Colin. And it's community-based, Barry and Stacey. It's divine feminine and masculine together, and all of this, everybody, we all have a part in this, and we all have a 1,000,000% part, because it's incrementally increasing. It's nature, it's biodiversity. Plant one seed, you get a tree that creates 1,000 flowers and 1,000 seeds. A fruit that's got 20 seeds inside each season, that drops its leaves onto the earth and filters the dirty water that we've created in the past, and it cleans the air simultaneously. So everything we need is going to increase incrementally. This is abundance. This is thrivalry. This is open-heartedness, leaning in. This is all of fully emergent, fully organic, fully moving forward. This is trust. This is love. This is community. This is family. You see, when you love someone and you care for someone, you'll do anything for them. But if you focus that on everybody, or release focus, just openly allow that. Again, I would class it as the in-breath and the out-breath at the same time. So it's not that focused light through the magnifying glass of one space or one situation that, you know, sends the poor ant into flames that you're looking at. It opens that to a growth and expansion of light, a vastening. And nothing can stop that once it begins. Once that process begins, and it's done, 2018. The Big Bang, whatever it was that started all of this, it has to come to fruition. The garden has to form. It has to be bliss for everybody. We've tried every single other thing that could possibly be done and probably lived in a billion bodies to get to this point. We've probably lived every single life from the amoeba to the vastest galaxy to omniversal consciousness to whatever. And this is our, I know it's sort of a bit sort of woo-woo, but it's our chance to become omniversally conscious. Universes are just like bubbles, like foam. There's an ocean that foam forms on. There's a planet, and then from that planet there's a solar system, then there's a galaxy, then there's and it just goes on forever. So we may as well make it a nice forever. Yeah, the flower of life, fractalization. So once you start to send out the ripples internally and externally of goodness, of truth, of light, of joy, of just isness, the in-breath and out-breath at the same time, and you take that first step and you get over that first bump in the road, it's free flow. You're surfing, you're up on the board, you're out of the atmosphere. You can get rid of the payload that's got you there. You've done it. Welcome home. With that, I'm complete, but obviously it goes on forever, eternally.
That's a way to have you affect your ripple effect. And if you have a love for humanity, you're willing to spend half a day looking for a friend to add to the group. Because if we invited 100 friends each, we might get one to join the group. And, you know, that means if there's 1,500 of us and we all do that, tomorrow there'll be 3,000 of us. Because if we all had one friend each, we've doubled the number of people overnight. So if you love something strong enough and you're willing to put some effort into a few hours work or a few minutes work with the internet, and then invite all your friends to come to this session, come to this website, to look at this product and press the like or something like that.
I guess what I'm inviting is for us all to realize that we are co-creators in the infinite, and that our cohesion is the beginning of it, our cohabitation, our coexistence. But it has to go beyond that. It has to go to thrival. It has to go to abundance. And the only way we can lean into that fully is by leaning into ourselves and opening our hearts. Because your universe is only as big as your heart. And if it's a closed heart, you're not giving out, you're just trying to take in, you stay there and it protects you. Darkness is your friend. Hello, darkness, my old friend. It holds you there safely. So you don't destroy the universe, the fabric of time and space, anything before and after that. So when you open that heart up, the quantum field, you become zero again. You're not negative. You're not fully positive. You're not in the stagnant stage of decay. You're not in the blasting stage of light speed. You're at that 0 point, that in-breath and out-breath at the same time. And the emergence is effortless. The organic growth is effortless. You are in love. You're in the heart of your hurricane, but you're in the heart of everybody's hurricane. That flower of life, every point of it is you now. Every creator that's ever been, every creation that's ever been is you now. All of the beauty that can ever be, will ever be, has ever been, before and after space and time, is you now. You have the reins because you care enough, you love enough to do it. Now we've made it over the first hump. We've gotten to the stage. So let's start playing. We don't need agreements. It's eternal. Money's created on a computer screen. The computer screen's created by sun, moon, stars, galaxies. All of it is created and co-created. And if we play small with agreements because we don't trust each other, that's not love. And if we feel afraid, start small with the projects that we come together with. Imagine that we don't have a project, but we have the vision, and we asked every one of our friends to donate $1 or €1, or we started with maximizing our ability to move into the things that make our hearts sing, rather than it being dry, stale agreements. And we can shift at any time. These aren't real tracks. This is multi-dimensional. So it's not working for me in admin. I would like to be in the creational stage of it. I would like to do some analysis. I would like to do this. Of course, do it. I'm just going to drop. You just go silent, and go missing for 6 months. It's fine. Sometimes we need to. Sometimes, nobody knows our mental health or anything else. Usually would have good friends that would check in and get to it, and it would get back to everybody else. Oh, well, he needs his time, she needs her time. It's all fine. In the scheme of eternity, all of it's fine. We'll work through it. We'll hold space for each other. That's what we do. But pain and suffering, I guess, and overcoming it to bring that to light is the fuel for eternity, filled with unconditional love. We have to feel false separation and believe that it's real enough to know that it's not right, and that we can't live like that we have to love. And we have to honor that, and we have to appraise that, and we have to work with that, and we have to give space for that every day, every moment, because every molecule of who we are is everything. Not a drop spilled, not a speck of dust lost. We've all made it home. That's the kind of love we're talking about. The love of a mother, a father, a grandmother, a grandfather, a sister, a brother, a daughter, a son, a community, pure light. That's who we truly are.
Pure truth.
Thank you.
But
Thank you,
that's
David.
not who the
Wait.
GCC is, though.
We were a part of it.
All of it's all of it. If you can
All
prove
of it's all of
otherwise,
it.
I'll give you a bright, shiny, new.
Sam's
Bob.
got a big idea here, I think.
Sam's
It's
got
not a
two
big
content.
idea. It's not a big
Yeah,
idea,
go ahead,
but I see, while I resonate, David, with all that, I don't get to help this person with Malawi Kwacha to the amount of 450 by just hearing what you just said. I want to find a way to send 450 Kwacha. And I even get a note from Peter right now saying he doesn't have an answer for me. So I can't help that person, David, unless there is this transfer. Now, I can help others. I can send her good wishes. I could send her light and love, but that doesn't get her exam fees paid.
We assume she doesn't know how to get it transferred to her.
No, I'm asking the network. I'm asking my network in the PrinterNet group
Right.
in response to Jonas's request. So I like what you're saying, David, but that, please forgive me, is not the complete picture.
It's not. It's not. Well, just to put it in perspective, I've had a million situations where I couldn't help at that moment in time, but everything I do is scooping around behind to change all of that.
No doubt, no doubt.
And you've got to know that. And I'm trying to put this into perspective without being woo woo, because I know it's basically what I do is more than enough. It's more than enough because that's
No
the
doubt.
best I've got.
No doubt.
And
In this case,
I'm old.
sorry to interrupt you, David,
Yeah.
is that it is more than enough. But in this case, I want to say, I want to do this one very specific action. I'm doing everything I am. I agree with everything you're saying, but I also want to do this one specific action, okay?
How can I help?
I'm just looking for a way to do it.
How can I help?
What?
I don't know what it is. Tell me about it, and whatever I can do.
I want to send 59 cents, which is 450 kwacha, to this girl in Uganda or wherever she is, so that she can take her test. It's a very specific test. Is that love?
Hey,
I
Google,
don't know. Is that
I'm
light?
gonna
I
send
don't
money
know.
to
Is that
Uganda.
enlightenment? I don't know. But I want to do this one specific action. It does require money. It does require technology. It does require, timing, all this stuff that is not in the world of, light and illumination and good feelings or whatever, although I think it is, okay?
Of course it
But
is.
it's not dwelling on that. It's dwelling on what do I do right now in this very specific action.
Did you ask Jonas?
I said, Jonas is in the group that I asked. Yes. It's
He's
in
the
that
one
printer
that
net
was
group.
asking for it, right?
Yes, that's right. And the only response I've gotten right now, I haven't really studied all this, but the last response I got is from Peter.
Okay, because I know Jonas mentioned he's sick, so he's not really been active right now. So maybe that's why he didn't.
Jonas was
answer.
the one who sent around the newsletter about an hour or so just before this meeting started.
Well, I think you're asking the right group, and this isn't it.
I've got a PayPal account.
No, this is not the printernet group. I'm talking about how does that phenomenon scale to what we each individually face every week, every month, possibly even every day. And that's
Yeah,
why I
that's
brought the
the-
example of the person from Palestine saying she wants me to donate to her.
And David Middlemass wants to do eco villages.
Exactly. So each of us has opportunities, projects, things we want to do. I'm not here to say do mine. I'm not here to say I don't want to do yours. I'm trying to figure out how we each could maximize our collective impact.
But let's
How
not
we vet these
forget.
things. How do we
let's not-
decide?
By
Let-
moving to the first stage, fully engaging in something. To be honest, Alex, when you talk about the octopus, I'm the octopus.
By the way, Josh has had his hand up for quite a while.
Oh, Josh is here. Wow. Hi, Josh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Fundraising.
Good to see you, Josh.
Good to see you guys. I saw Alex's hand first, so I was waiting for him. But I'm not sure how to come into the conversation, to be honest. I'm just trying to figure out what's the temperature in the room.
I was going to suggest the value in a distributed group is not necessarily cash money. It can be claps, it can be like button hits and tokens or cryptocurrency, hollow coin or something. It doesn't have to be cash from your PayPal account. Over.
Right on. I got a message from Tice yesterday, so I came on because I said I would be at GCC. Let's talk about it. So here I am. And I think if I've heard right, we're trying to help people in Malawi. Is that what you're talking about, Sam?
Yes. Out of Printernet, Jonas sent around the last March newsletter, in which case I think on the second page, there's one or two paragraphs from a girl talking about another girl who was unable to take her exams because she needs Malawi kwacha to the amount of 450, which when I did the conversion amounted to like 59 cents. So we've already spent more than 59 cents in electrons and time, just to discuss this one issue. I'd rather just send her 59 cents and I can't figure out how. Okay. And I've asked in the Printernet group, I asked in the Printernet group and I got 2 or 3 responses, one saying I'm not active now, another one saying I'll get back to you, another one saying I don't know, so it's curious to me. Anyway.
I totally understand.
And are we interested
Go
in
ahead.
using this as use? Are we interested in looking at this as a situation that GCC would like to help scale?
Like, I think that's part of the point, as opposed to one-off things are great. And I think that's another topic today is, you know, coming to the conclusion, there's not much of a GCC group, but individual projects, and how do we support and fund, and in light, the money that the GCC collected came up. So
don't misconstrue me. I'm not asking the GCC to donate to her. I'm asking how I can donate to her. Very individual.
Exactly.
Okay? That's what I'm asking.
Yes,
I think if I'm hearing you right, you're asking where. That's the question: is where do you send the money?
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
how.
59 cents. I could have sent it, 2 hours ago had I known how, right? I just don't know
right.
where.
No, I
that's
totally understand. That's a conversation that I've been having for probably 21 years. And that's because my dad started a non-for-profit to help people. I think it was almost 20 years ago. There was a chief from an African village in Ghana that contacted him and said, we need help. And so it took some time. It took about 2 years for him to actually go over there in person, bring the money and hand it to them in person, because to make sure it gets to the right people. So it's not getting filtered through someone that's going, oh, we need money to help this person. And they don't take it and you don't get a response from that person. Did they get the money? So I totally understand where you're coming from. And it sounds very frustrating, Sam, because if you don't know where to Western Union it, to PayPal it, to credit card it, to however, to just make the resources get to the person that needs it, it's frustrating as hell.
So just a little bit more context for you, Josh. Before we got here, I had brought 2 such requests. The other was from a Palestinian woman, I believe, although the name suggests it's a guy, okay, whom friended me. And then after friending, I asked, what about me made you want to friend me? And then 50 to 100 times a day now, I get messenger requests to please send money. And I get pictures of children sleeping on the floor, bare apartments, empty refrigerators, all this sort of thing. And I don't know how to vet that. Now, the group collective assessment was, it's a scam. There's nothing on this page. They're not answering the questions you're asking. So I get that. So there's 2 data points here. One, which is from this relatively vetted printernet community. The other, which is a random Facebook contact. And I bring both of those to say, I would like to be spreading good and I would like to give food. I would like to, but I don't want to get scammed. And, I want to bring this to a more collective assessment. Hopefully we can be collectively more intelligent than me as an individual. Okay.
So I would suggest you look at the root causes of all these issues, because there are so many of these things out there. So you start with one that does have some reasonably safe parameters and work with that. Or you look at securely sending money and starting we look at securely sending money and assuring that it's a safe bet. We move forward on a project on with parameters, and we try something.
And I agree,
Basically,
but that's a good thing, which is not going to help this person take the test whenever she needs to take that test, right? We need to do things across this entire spectrum of possibilities.
This is true.
Like I'm saying,
Yep.
I want to do the co-visioning, I want to do the coexistence definition, I want to do the sense making, but at the same time, I want to help this person take her test.
What are the parameters you've been given so far? What information have you been given? And who's your contact person?
Yeah, all that is in the newsletter, and I also asked in the printernet group. Now, in the newsletter, there's not a specific instruction of please send money to this location. It's not that specific. Okay.
Yep.
What's your good instinct? What are your spider senses telling you, Sam?
My spider sense says this is a smart people problem.
My intelligence tells me that if these people are not responding to my request for reasonable data to confirm their money transfer, then it's a scam.
No.
Stacy?
Sorry.
Or welcome, Kayla. I think Kayla's with us now.
Kayla's here. Hi, Kayla.
I don't think the people in Michael's internet are trying to.
We're listening.
Yeah,
Hello.
I just think
We're
it's just
listening.
Hey,
okay.
Maxwell.
Are you actually looking for a solution today, or saying how difficult it is?
I'm saying it's borderline stupid that this person needs 59 cents and I don't know how to get 59 cents to this person.
So you are using it as an example, but also you want to solve it at the same time.
Yeah,
Communicate.
I've already spent more than 59 cents of everybody's time here multiplied, talking about this
Yeah.
problem.
You say, here's the money. How do you want me to send it? Over.
Well, so you want to solve
Which
it
I would
within-
do, by the way. It's obvious. Sorry, Alex, but immediately after reading that newsletter, I had to start this session, okay? Had I not had to start the session, I would have sent more email, okay? So anyway, I'm just telling you, this is the state of the,
What if we have a folder where we can put those kind of questions when they come up? Like hard questions, we don't know the obvious answer, but they're important. We don't want to lose them. What if we had one folder for those? So when they
what
come
if
up,
we
we
had
flag
shared
them.
group memory, you mean? Like
Yeah, but
something that we would all remember
that's what
together?
we're speaking about. That's the larger context of this, right?
You
Well,
motivate the larger context by specifics. I think few people really only want to stay in the abstract, but the specifics will translate the need for the larger theme for people who want the actual groundedness, okay? So that's, again, working at all levels of
Yeah.
the spectrum.
It all hangs together. Yeah, we've been speaking about the same thing all day, basically.
Yeah, and I don't think we're all on the same page with that, and that's what I was trying to speak to Joshua, to let him know that the example is something Sam wants to solve. He's reached out. Now I've just found out that he hasn't had a whole lot of time to solve it, but it is the kind of thing that would be a good example to bring to the GCC as something that would be a valuable case of how do you share or put your foot on the ground. And the PrinterNet project is another one. And David Middlemass is actually bringing another one because he's got his feet on the ground and he's actually doing an ask of us. And I don't know if we want to give him money out of the GCC fund or help him figure out, if people in the group want to join with him and give him money personally, or if, what does that actually look like, that ask? Or does he expect us all to, so it's the model of how we respond to and support people, I think, is the bigger issue here. And Sam's example is trivial in the details of how to solve it. He hasn't had a lot of time. It shouldn't be this hard, but again, people, the PrinterNet is a relatively new thing, and the people producing it, and Stacy's jumping in and saying, "Oh, wait now a minute. This is something that she spoke earlier about, that the people at that area, the PrinterNet people, have another more business channel that they actually do have working." And I don't know, Stacy said they managed to get the money this month. I don't know what that means. So it's very important for us to keep our heads clear. Are we talking about solving Sam's problem, or are we talking about Sam's problem as an example of what we can do at the GCC, even though we still want to help solve Sam's problem?
Obviously talking about it all. I mean, it's obvious. We're talking about it all.
Sam, I think that at this point in time, it would be more relevant for you to take some time to get in touch via email and see what you can do first. If there's anything I can help with, send me the information and I can try and work it out. I'm not a genius in sending money, as you can possibly imagine. To clarify, money is not something that we need. We have pretty much each eco-village has its own monetary funding systems. I'm just sort of offering a space for people to co-create. Basically, the funding's there. I mean, obviously, it'd be great to have projects and find funding and reap rewards and benefits from it and run it as a business if need be, or but I'm basically offering a sim city for people to play with, which I'll be sort of somehow involved in. So I hope that people will play nicely with it. But what I'm saying is, can you put yourself to one side enough to create an eco village that will be you and others that you can actually visit at some point? At the moment, we have eco villages or communities that you can literally come from one to another and participate in working and et cetera, and become a member of that eco village just from participating. Imagine if you could do that across the world, and boundaries were reduced and borders were reduced to a point where you could just go from one to another, and that we used all of the media that has disseminated and destroyed community, all of the ecocide and genocide that was committed. It reversed that, because basically our foods have been dulled, our media's been dulled, everything is aimed at running it down. So imagine if we started to aim everything within specific small spaces to run it up. Imagine in 5 generations' time what that would mean for the entire planet and for communities that were divided by the class system, divided by the 1%, etc. And we invite everybody in to play on that. So basically what I'm doing is that, sorry, go on.
I don't think you can see much of us, right?
I can't.
I like what you're saying. I just wanted to let you know that Josh has had his hand up for quite a while.
Yeah, I looked it up, Sam. There's 3 different ways in an article that I read. It's one of the apps is called Wise. The other was World Remit. I put the link in the chat. The other one is Remitly, and those are 3 different ways that people recommend to send money to Malawi specifically. And I guess that makes it easier for them to get the money. And then also for David, I'm putting in the chat, there's a group that was trying to signal to coordinate all of the world changers, all the eco villages, all the regeneration, all the permaculture groups. And they were working under another organization. So we stood up our own web outside of that called regenerationpollination.earth. And through that, they're asking people to help host and invite more people. So every 2 weeks on Friday, they have a networking on Zoom. And there's roughly about 40 to 50 people that come every week. And they're asking every time they have the meeting, if anyone wants to help host and be a part of it, they put their name as the host onto the website so that it's building organically and constantly. So there's new people standing up new projects. There's also a group that meets once a week called the Moker Space. And it's a group for support. So if you have a project that you're doing, they spend 3 months with you to stand up that project so that you can ask for funding from someone else, or you could just get the project done yourself. And it's not something you work in a vacuum. It's something that other people come in and help you with. So that's also a part of it. And I've been doing this for the last, I think it's been 4.5 weeks now. And I've already watched over 30 different people stand up their funding, and there's a lot of money out there. So that's what I'm learning, is there's a lot of people that are saying, I'm a venture capitalist, I'm an angel investor, I'm not interested right now, but my friend Sarah is looking for a project just like this. I recommend you contact her. So at least it's helping people navigate to the right people that are looking to stand up these projects. And I in the chat as well.
Thanks, Josh. I found the link. I found the link you sent in earlier. You were talking about it on the chat or somewhere, and I got in touch with them via email. I'm waiting for a response.
If you want, it's sort of the guy's name is David, who is starting this project. But if you're waiting for a response, I would just recommend there's a Google Calendar. And so just go there, put that in your calendar, and there's multiple different meetings to attend. So you just show up on Zoom. All the Zoom links are there.
And David gave me his email address.
Okay, fantastic. He's a good guy. That's the one I helped to set up this website. That's David's.
Okay, not to put a stop to this, but it is top of the hour. So I invite anybody to either check out or signal their intent to continue, and I'll let this go.
Okay, so I want to mention at least that I think that it's important to remember one important bit that David brought in, and that's the big vision. Because one of the things, there's a few things that I can see that seems to be missing. So there's all of these things already happening, you know, awesome to hear about the groups Josh just mentioned. I'm sure there's loads that are doing things that we just never heard about in both the sense-making space, coalitioning space, and sustainability initiatives, and intentional communities on the ground. I know a couple who are starting an eco-village in India, and they prepared it for several years, and it's incredibly inspiring to see what's happening. It's happening slowly, but it's happening. And there are also then all these networks that connect those villages. And then you have the sense-making networks on the internet, which are more virtual communities. Many of them, you know, are talking about various things, but there's a wish and there's a possibility for them to reach a point where they become real think tanks on a global scale. It's like a new kind of science, a new kind of mind, a new kind of collective intelligence that can be big enough to, over time, be able to take in all the empirical information from projects on the ground. So this is the larger opportunity. And so it's this global intelligence. So this connects to everything Alex talks about. It connects to everything all of us talk about, actually. I mean, so all of the ideas are like parts of this, but they all point to this same thing, this intelligence network. And then I see two missing pieces so far this very quick. One is the connecting vision. We can call it paradise on earth. So let's say we all defined, each of us, what would be our paradise on earth. Now I'm making an observation. This isn't done today. There's no discussion about this today. Our culture doesn't talk about paradise on earth. We're talking about the small stuff. We look at science fiction. Can anyone here tell me a science fiction series that explores beautiful futures? Astonishingly beautiful futures. I've never even heard about it. It's all, I'm looking forward to hearing if Josh knows something. Maybe he knows about it. But at least in all the debate I see hardly anyone actually speak seriously about really all-win futures globally. So at least it's a very, very superficial discussion. Okay, let me put it differently. I see there's an enormous opportunity to expand this. That's one missing piece. The other is the information system. We have a very weak information system. We have a very weak information ecology. We have computer systems that are full of bugs, that are very inconvenient. They're not designed for our actual needs. There's a parasitic, you know, the whole thing with social media. It's just not working very well, the interplay between human and machine, because we have a dynamic where we become addicted to bullshit and various things that don't help us, to put it that way, through the machines. So that's the other big opportunity. What if we have a human-centered information system, both in terms of hardware and software, which can really relate to our actual interests and really help us develop this memory and develop also the group mind and develop the ability to understand each other better instead of misunderstanding each other, which is currently what's happening on social media. And obviously we have to move conceptually far beyond these ideas of left and right and the false dichotomies and all of this. So there also needs this philosophical breakthrough. But the point is, all of this has been understood a long time already. And so that's not the really we just kind of got to connect it all, right? And that's where the big vision comes in. Because if we can really formulate the big vision that connects it all, then we can see, oh, that's right. That's where the community of impact comes in. That's where all of Barry's works comes in. This is where Byscope comes in. This is where the conversational people comes in. This is, you know, where all of the initiatives Josh knows about, all the the informational tools comes in. So at least that's what seems to be a missing piece. It's like this, how does all of it hang together? Yeah, and it's just, I feel that if we could just make the vision big enough, then we can find something that would actually be paradoxically perhaps easy to do in practice, because there wouldn't be conflicts of interest. If we just design globally a solution which is good enough, isn't just a little bit better, but it's just 1,000,000 times better for every single person in the world, then
Well,
all conflicts of interest will be gone. And that is actually possible to do. And we're never talking about it. And so I want to finish on that note.
What I'd like to say is that I sent some of you guys links of spaces in Africa, etc., etc. Now, the fact of the matter is that, you know, you'll find huge amounts of these are scams. So if we were to take any project on board, how do we create that transparency? And I mean, you know, things like only buying objects rather than giving money so it's disappearing. So you'd like literally, you know, Lazard or something that would be sent to the place. And I'm sure that, you know, forks and rakes and things would be getting sold so that it, you know, buy other things, etc., etc. And, you know, the pictures of someone's house being terribly this, that, and the other could be fake as well. So how do we, from a distance, create transparency, honesty, that ability to see through the crap and get down to the gold and help truly help real people? One way is to just give information. I've sent seeds, no money. I've sent information, no money. I've connected people, no money. And all of these have had positive effects. And I know that if I probably did send money, it would be wasted. It would have gone somewhere else. It was, you know, suddenly someone's son has cholera, and then suddenly you're speaking to someone else in an African village, and suddenly their son has cholera, and suddenly, you know, within about 10 minutes of speaking to someone. And this is a common thing. It must be terrible that there is that much disease out there, but it must be terrible that you're that desperate that as soon as you start speaking to someone, you tell them that your son's got cholera, your daughter, or you suddenly become sick, and blah, 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 blah. Now, the fun thing is that the sharks circle these waters until that country starts to rise. And then once the country and all the infrastructure is in place, the sharks just dip in and start taking off the minnows and then wreck the place by creating greed, separation, etc., etc., etc. Now we know how this works. Now we know how the opposite of this works as well. So if we start to move forward, we create an enmeshed, flowful, fluid, non-attached space of growth that is like a conglomerate, but it's the cure to all of the shit that's gone on in the past. The colonialism, the mass execution of indigenous peoples, of the natural environment, so that the monetary system is set up with a completely factorized planet. They want to factorize every single thing on the planet. So bushfires are a great thing, you know, putting metals into fertilizers and 5G, etc. All of this would exacerbate these issues. So imagine you've got aluminium in all of these wood stocks through the fertilizers that are used, and then you set fire to the Amazon. It's being, you know, gently put into the water systems. There's magnesium in there, and suddenly there's a flash fire and the whole bloody Amazon goes up and we lose most of our medicinal plants. That's a great way to factorize things. Or you just push up the price of beef and then introduce beef stock, or you know, palm oil or this or that, the other. And it's beautiful things that people can't use to eat themselves. Crap, basically, for consumerism. So you can see how this all plays out, how this might look like a conspiracy theory, but if it's not, which is fine, if it's not a conspiracy theory, or if it is a conspiracy theory, then it is just basically still a crime, but it's just mass incompetence, and they should still be tried, every single bloody last one of them. So we have to look at a way of putting this right in a small group, connected with eco-villages, connected with extremely influential people, connected with beautiful people, connected with people that can't do a great deal. We just need to connect. Now, again, I'll give this from 2020, March. 110,000 eco-villages, registered and unregistered with various different organizations. 250 healing centers across the globe, registered and unregistered with various different organizations. Huge swathes of people that would identify indigenous. Then you've got the yoga studios, then you've got the meditation halls, you've got the general healers, etc., across the globe. There was an estimated 5 billion people in March 2020 wishing to state that they had enlightened. Over a 3-year period prior to that, 2-year period prior to that, at each March, people had stated that we are on board, we are fully with this. 2020 is going to be the big year, 2021 is the year of all change. And suddenly, all of it, 5 billion people, over half the world's population, claiming some form of sovereignty or awakening. The whole thing is shut down. Even a government, the US government, ran by Donald Trump, which, you know, mad as a box of frogs, but he decided to leave the monetary union. He decided to, and other countries as well on top of that. And then suddenly there was a virus, a coronavirus. Corona means crown, sovereignty, strange. Might be coincidence. So all of this gross negligence, attempted factorization of everything, including human life, including the life on the planet, including the waters and the destruction and damage of all of this, is all already reversible. It's just that now we silently, as a root formation, need to reach out those micro roots to recalibrate and reconnect with the biome around us and change tract, because it already happened. This is somebody just snipping the top of one of the plants in the garden. Once it begins, it cannot stop. Ascension happens. Once a space is ripe for it, be it difficulty or ease, catalyzes the change. So these are all catalysts of our coming together. The pressures, the ease, the basking, all of this. So our envisioning, you see a plant root somehow finds its way towards the minerals in the soil. How? And it decides that it's going to go there already. It already sees its root and its root systems in there. Now, we call it feeding because we've been fooled into being consumers, but basically it shares consciousness with that darkness, with that, and turns it into other things. Now, if we share consciousness with everything that we touch fully in light, rather than in our own darkness, our own flatness, our own broken, dry crackedness, and we lean into everything with heart, it all moves forward. But we've got to do it. We can't scientifically analyze everything and put it under the magnifying glass, shine the sun through it, because it'll all just burst into flames as it does. But we have got to move in a direction that is specified, that is aligned in choice. We've got to move because we've done everything else that's possible and none of it has worked. There's only one choice left: positivity, love, expansion, ascension, going for it. There's nothing left. There's nothing left, and there'll be less in a year's time and less in 3 years' time. So somebody needs to put a foot or a toe up someone's arse, or up everybody's arse, and you can only do it for yourself. So I don't mean this in an arrogant way, but I think I've put a toe up my arse. And I think I've done it for the last 5 years at least. When I packed the 2 bags with my partner, and set off and said, right, we'll go and help a guy. Yeah, we'll go and do this. Yes, we'll go and do that. We'll go and help at the shamanic retreat center. We'll go and help the head monk at blah, 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 blah. We'll write to the princess and we'll got letters back, etc., etc. And this moved forward. I think I've put a toe up my own arse, and we all need to, we can only do it for ourselves. Now, if we all do it in a group, we all move forward. But unless we put that toe up our own arse, nothing's going to happen. And eventually the universe will give you a kick. And it's maybe not what you want. Because you'll either end up flat in your face, or you'll end up in orbit when you're not quite ready for it. So that inner work is important. So we have to make that choice ourselves first, to do the inner work, to know that we are traumatized, we are completely programmed, that we are completely denaturalized, and something or someone has tried to factorize us, and that's a good place to start. And whatever beautiful aspects that have come through from that are natural, and we can work on those, and that's our foundation. I don't know if that makes any sense. But we all have to choose to move forward personally. We all have to choose to lean in by opening our own hearts. And that can be whichever way you want. It's your own personal journey. And it can be as fast or as slow as you want. It can be as difficult or as easy as you want. It's all your own personal journey. But there are no choices left other than doing it. That's it. Now, if anyone thinks that that is incorrect, please, by all means, don't do a single bloody thing. It's fine. But I know for one thing, I'm going to carry on. I've got to. There's no other choice. Enough's enough. I've had it. I've lost 2 fathers to industrial industry. I've lost 10 friends recently to suicide. The planet ain't getting better. Arseholes are dominating the medical profession for what ends, etc., 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 etc. The list goes on, and it's gone on since I was a child, and enough's enough. So, with that.
So are you saying we need full awakening? We need full awakening. We need really growing up.
And I think it's a horizon.
Unconditional love, awakening, the whole thing.
We can call it a conspiracy theory. We can call it whatever it is. It's happening still. So it's great. We can yeah, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, you're this, you're that, and we can play each other off. It's great. It's fantastic. But it's not changing anything. At the end of the day, it's happened. It's all linked somehow. And if it's tediously linked, it's still linked, and it's all a mess. And we've got to put it all right. With that, I'm complete. I'm shattered now. I'm going to take a rest. I'm up at 6. Well, I'll be up at 4 for meditation. And chanting.
Please, David, get some sleep. You need sleep. Get 8 hours every day if you can.
I cannot manage that. Hi,
Try
Josh.
it.
Goodbye,
Try
Josh.
it. It's going to be good for you.
I'm trying. I always wake up at the same time. I try lying in bed. I'm not just stay awake, so I've got to get up and do something. It's just, I've got an active body and an active mind. I can't help it. But lots of love to you all, guys and girls.
Thanks
thank
for
you very
your big
much.
heart, David.
Take care, everybody. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, David.
I'll just check out and say I'm overwhelmed by the energy in the group at the moment. Mostly overwhelmed with how what I'm sensing into the room, what I'm feeling is there's so much that we want to do together, and we're talking about how to do it, and we just want to do it. So I hope we get to share in dyads and triads and collaboration triads and stand up Sam's beautiful idea of collaborology. And the way I understand it is find the one person in the group that you know, like, and trust, start working with them, and then see if that attracts the third, and then know, like, and trust, and ask each other if you're doing the best you can, and just keep helping each other. I hope we just continue to do that. And thank you, Sam, for standing that up, because I think it's pretty clear. So if there's one other person you know, like, and trust, reach out to them over those next week before next Saturday and stand something up together, just the two of you. And then after that, if some third person in the group signal that what the two of you are doing, and if the third person comes in and you know them and you like them and you trust that they're trying to help you guys with that project, pull them into a triad. And that's I'm complete with that. And thank you, Sam, for that great model. And I think Sam has tons of information on how to do that. So it's not a question of how, it's a question of who are you going to do it with? And I asked Sam if he had two other people. He said yes. And I'll go around the room and ask other people if they have two other people. And I'm open to join multiple triads. So I'm here if someone needs me. Please just reach out. And the best way to get me is probably on Facebook Messenger.
In my experience, just so I can share something, it's easy to get people to say, yes, I will be one of your two. But usually that doesn't last very long. That's my experience. So I'm curious to see what would make it last. People try it for a while and then I think lose the energy.
There needs to be a pledge in the agreement.
I think I can make one promise or initiative. I want to start a thread on the topics of truth and possibility, and explore sense making and coalitioning. And I would like to use Messenger and some kind of external knowledge repository, really any, and anyone is free to use the material in any way they want. And the idea is basically to share some of the best ideas we have, some of the things we've shared today and various other things. And then we can co-create and build constructs of these ideas. And we can try to reformulate them in various ways so that we can also simplify and clarify them. And yes, so if anyone here is interested in just joining that, that's certainly an initiative I would love to engage in. Long term, that doesn't have any end date. But that is something that I see that can be done immediately without any other resources, and it can bring energy. It can move energy along, and then you can bring into that all kinds of other things. So it's like a container project in that sense. So yeah, so
What do you
that's
need?
definitely the only thing I need is just a few people who would love to just keep the conversation going on a messenger thread, and that we try to just follow Rule Omega, to be generous, open-minded, and really just try to share relevant things, then I think we can build a lot of things very quickly. And I think it's a version of Sam's idea of creating a coalitioning document as well. But also we can create agreements. We can create anything we want, really. So the opportunities are endless, but that's certainly something that we can start immediately, just to, you know.
Superpower agreement.
Yeah. What's our superpowers, for example? It's also a good question to explore.
Glenn, I'll contact you.
Great.
Hey,
Yeah.
just a FYI, the reason I disappeared for a little bit is Jonas Chabrukta Fadwick has been texting with me, so I'm finding out his recommendation for how to get the fees transferred. Evidently,
You got that link I sent you, Sam?
You sent it in our text here, right? But no, he's definitely saying just use what Mike used before, which was Western Union.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the regeneration pollination to earth one.
No, the one I was talking about was there was Wise was recommended and Remit Lee, and there was another Remit World or Remit. There was it listed them by which ones are most effective from Malawi, just to have less money than Western Union taken out. But if he says Western Union, use that. I think that's it.
Yeah.
I'm checking out, folks. I've got to get some sleep. Bye.
Take care, Alex. See you on the clubhouse.
Yes, certainly.
Have a good night's sleep, Alex.
Yeah, and I just want to share with you, Sam, because I know that you like AI. I was in a 3-hour discussion of AI, and they were saying the same things that you always say. Is there's no such thing as AI. There's narrow learning. There's this, that, and the third, but there is no AI. There's GPT-3. It's not AI. So stop saying AI. So I'm helping people to stop saying AI.
Actually, I'm just saying, don't forget there is an A in AI.
Correct.
People think it's all about the I and they forget about the A. Okay.
Yep.
While you're here, do you agree that AI is really the total result of the interaction between humans and machines? Josh and
Are you
Sam
asking me?
specifically. Yeah, you and Josh, I would love to hear if you agree that it's the result of the interaction between humans and machines.
Well, we've used the word money 2,073 times, and the word vision was more like 1,500. And that's, of course, based on pronunciation and transcripts. But yeah, AI is just automation of scripting and getting more clever in decision making. AI is system building. When computers start to make their own language back and forth, it's just because it's a system we don't understand, but it's still system building. Can a computer have a consciousness? I don't know.
It's systems that
think
interact with people, right? It's systems that actually interact with
called
our
computers.
behavior.
They're called computers.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk over anyone, but I'm happy to answer that the best I know, Glenn.
Yeah, I would love to hear.
The best I know, what keeps coming up, at least what came up in the 3-hour conversation with the top experts in AI, and Sam was not in the room, so it's not all the top experts, but there were experts. And what kept coming up was the human aspect of understanding human intelligence is very weak. So until we understand human intelligence, we can't create an artificial intelligence. Meaning the amount of data processing that a human does is incomprehensible. And the way that the human understands, one of the experts from France was talking about studying in Japan how children create the world around them and comprehend it and have intelligence. So until we understand how children learn from age 0 to the day they die, it's almost impossible to calculate and create a system that replicates that or does better than that. And I think from my understanding of reading books like Gödel, Escher, Bach, which Barry has mentioned before, I highly recommend reading that book if you get a chance. It's a great read, Pulitzer Prize winning book on this subject, is that the amount of neurons and how they fire in which type of algorithms in the human brain is probably, in my opinion, relatable to the amount of information that has ever been uploaded to the internet, and then times that by a factor of 10. And then go ahead and put the amount of reasoning and calculations that are million points of calculations. And so the fastest GPU AI processor is very weak compared to the human brain. So meaning the amount of calculation that we do just to take one step moving forward as a human could barely happen in one GPU. You'd have to have multiple GPUs to do that processing. And that's just a step. That's not looking around 360 and calculating the light shining on all of the objects that you see in front of you. So we're at a loss to understand our consciousness and our intelligence, let alone replicate it through machine learning. That's the best way I can answer.
So basically, you're now kind of saying that it's understanding the human intelligence and learning that's the key in any case.
Yeah, and I think the intelligence of how many signals your body is getting at any 1 second in time, or just extrapolate that out to the 10 seconds, how many signals are being sent throughout the giant electrical nervous system in your body? It's so many. It's just, our bodies are just so amazing of how many signals are being sent from the trillions of cells in your body and the 26 trillion pieces of microbiota that are living and alive, sending signals, and how many pieces of your body are being born and replicated, and how many are dying and decaying. And with all those signals, then you have to process the outside of your body world coming in through your 5 senses. So it's quite complicated, if that makes sense.
And all the interactions between those systems, and all the interactions between those systems and other systems around us, and so on and so on.
And the amount of algorithmic neural pathways that you've created throughout your lifetime to process that uniquely to you. And I was talking to an expert at Rubik's Cube, and he's trying to solve a little square with colors on it. And he was saying he's got the Guinness Book of World Records, but he said he's doing he actually calculated 1,000 algorithms in 5 seconds. And as a human being, that's how he's solving the Rubik's Cube under 6 seconds. So he has to intuitively understand all the colors there with his intuition, then apply conscious thought of 1,000 algorithms to move the little squares back into place. And that's just a Rubik's Cube. That's a basic little cube with, six squares on 6 sides. So if you extrapolate that out to each cube is a pixel, and how many pixels your brain is calculating as you look around the room, it gets pretty complicated. And then the decision-making process when you're driving a car, with the amount of calculation of the speed that the car is going versus the speed that the object is coming towards you at, and the calculation of moving the wheel to avoid the objects or to press the brake, at how much different calculations of pressure to press onto the brake or press onto the gas to steer the car. So there's just so much decision making that's happening in a split second in the human brain. And the self-driving cars are getting faster, but what they lack is the experience of years and years of neural pathways to make a decision in that split second. And to program that is really difficult.
And that's kind of what I was getting to, that it seems that however we want to view artificial intelligence or machine learning, or whatever you want to call it, it seems clear that it depends on human intelligence, whatever that is, on the human mind and body and behavior. That seems to be the factor that moves everything we call artificial intelligence.
Yeah,
and of course there's feedback loops, of course, but it's
I hear you, Glenn, and I think what we've all been trying to say, and I see your hand raised, Sam, is there's artificial intelligence, which everyone is a sexy conversation for the last 20 years. But then there's collective intelligence, which comes down to the individual intelligence interoperating. And I think that's what we're here talking about, is how do we interoperate with rules and agreements so that we can collectively create a holistic intelligence between multiple operating systems. And that means each individual is their own operating system. And how do we interface with each other on a holistic way, collectively? So I think the conversation should go from artificial intelligence to what is collective intelligence, and how can we do that system better collectively, which
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what I think too. That's the key. We have to begin there with collective intelligence and our own intelligence and putting all that together, because that will move into all those other areas as well. So that's sort of how it begins. That's a practical approach. If we can begin understanding, what is our reasoning, what is truth for us, how do we actually work, who am I, how do I live, like these basic questions.
or the other question is, are you working? Is it working? If it's not working for you,
Yeah,
ask for help from someone else. That's what I'm learning is I can only get two people in a room if I know what they do and how they do it. And knowing each individual before you have the conversation, I think, is the key to solving things. Because if you're talking to the wrong person, I've watched conversations deteriorate quickly. And then when you get the right room, I've watched them elevate and spiral into a beautiful frenzy of enlightening awakenment. So it all depends on how well you know the people, and then giving them the space to share what they know and collectively spiral that knowledge up, as opposed to degrading it down where someone goes, no, you're stupid, that's not even right. And it doesn't work very well.
yeah. That's where I think Rule Omega comes in. It's just like the alternative to that is to have that basic attitude that everything that's being shared is valuable, or there's some potential value behind it if you make that assumption. I wonder what you think about that, Sam, that in these open generative spaces, maybe that's the only thing we need to agree on. If we have that attitude, Rule Omega attitude, the attitude that what is brought in here is valuable. Each person here is valuable. We have something to bring. There's some truth behind it, or there's some potential. That if we simply agree to speak from that mindset and from this open-mindedness, this interest in trying to understand, doesn't that kind of open all the doors? And then out of that, all kinds of practical, more specific things can happen. And then you can make more specific agreements relating to specific projects. But it seems that in terms of the open conversation space, you really only need a certain, I don't know, friendliness, a certain kind of just openness. I guess what David was talking about.
A focus.
Sort of, yeah, that will come.
So were
naturally.
you asking me, Glenn?
Yeah, what do you think?
Okay, I think from a context of a community, that makes sense. For the context of a dialogue or conversation, less so. Because I think these very open-ended conversations and forums are very rare. It's very rare that you go into a room and say, okay, what does everybody want to say? That's usually not what I see on a regular basis, right? If you go into a meeting, especially a work meeting, there's a very specific issue or topic or problem or action or decision. And in those cases, it could be argued that it's not a place to collect random input from random thoughts on random topics. But as a community, I would more tend towards yes, everybody has some valuable thought, some valuable contribution to make. and I would be initially, that open and that generous. So it depends on the context. So here, we have been very open. And the last 6 months, at least, we've been trying to figure out, does focus have value? I believe that the general movement is that, yes, focus does have value. Just take Josh's model, for example, when he was talking about collective intelligence and you talking about collective intelligence, right? If a part of the car is trying to get the car to that position and stay in the middle of the road, but this other part of the car thinks that they want to go in that direction, okay, with a different focus, they're clearly at odds. So if we use that analogy, that metaphor, we can say that's going to be a certain disaster, or at the very best, unproductive, unless you get these parts of the car to actually say, okay, we're going to go here first, and then we'll go there. So some prioritization / focusing assists the car to actually serve purpose.
Of course.
And that's what I think we need to establish here as well. If we're completely open and anybody can say anything on any topic, that's a guaranteed lack of focus.
Okay, I didn't really mean that, although I think there's good to have some spaces for that. But what I really meant was more that the attitude is one of always being interested and choosing to focus on the value, and sort of just basic friendliness, I guess. But you can be focused. So you can also insist, please, can we stay on this topic for this specific call because the open space is there. So there's nothing preventing that. But I think that even if you are focused, there's still an enormous difference between putting your opinions at the door and really being willing to explore with an open mind and really sort of leaning in and looking for the hidden value in the different things that different people bring. That should also be in service to more focused projects.
But that's what you see.
Yeah.
That's what you see when you look into the abyss. What I see when I look into the abyss is, if we're going to focus, why don't we keep a little bit of a map? Because we're all over the map with topics and we're not focused. So and if we are focused, and we've done that, Glenn, because, and that's how I see it when I look at it. I'm sure Sam looks at it a different way when he looks at collaboration, like what he wants to I want to understand what you're talking about first, because I think a lot of big ideas here, it's very abstract. And, Sam's making an effort to keep one foot on the ground. And I appreciate that, because I don't get that a lot of times with Doug. But then he starts talking about the Printernet project specifically. And so, and I think Doug is doing all kinds of things on the ground. He's just not doing them in unblocking. And so the GCC to him is not the projects that he's doing. He talks about collaborations that he has with Sabian and Dave Techsmith and all these people over. But, does he bring that stuff to the GCC? Not officially, formally. So it's different for everybody, and like just this we talk we should just drives me crazy.
But that's the point, isn't it? He brings these triggers, this method for dealing with certain triggers. He brings an exploration into that. Those who feel they need that.
That's all I'm saying is we got to appreciate the fact that we're speaking from our own vision statement point of view, and that we can't come and paint the GCC a common color.
No,
but the GCC
can
be a resource of some sort for some kind of a vision. What is that vision that maps up with everybody's subvision? What is that resource that could help? If and when is it appropriate to help? Or is it, is this the time when I should say I want to set up my funding scheme within the GCC as well? And I would like I'd like to put my my hobby label underneath. I'd like to take a Tuesday from 2-hour session. Like what's the format that I follow? And then I want to have a map.
You decide.
Yeah, I'm going to do a mapping show, a tools mapping show.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to talk about tools or mapping anymore in this show unless it relates to the actual stuff we're doing in barn raising.
So if you want to do that, you can do
barn raising maps. But that's
the
thing.
Do you want to do it?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, why you mention it then? But if you do want to do it, you can do it, and then we can
No, I'm giving you an example of what
Community.
I could do, but instead I'm hoping that somehow, some way, the collective intelligence can say, yeah, let's map that out somehow. And I guess I failed. So
No,
I've
you
got
didn't
map.
fail, and you didn't fail because we're all interested in mapping.
I failed
So
round two.
what did you fail
I think
with?
I did.
Mapping?
I made
We've
asks
been
and it
mapping
didn't.
today. We've been mapping all week.
I
Mapping is
sent a
happening.
video. I sent a video in our internal chat where me, you, and Joshua were talking about a demo of my map a year and a half ago. It's dead, Glenn.
It's simple, Colin. Do you want to create the map? Then I can do it. And I'm sure others want to do it too.
No,
So
my message
what
is how do
is
we
the day-
co-vision? How do we co-vision?
Let's just
Here.
simply create a meeting. It's very simple. If you want to
Well-
present that vision, you present it.
Okay, well, I think of my map as a tool similar to what I thought is Trello. But Trello is
Yes.
not being used either. And now Sam has said, well, why don't we move some of these sprouts off onto Reddit? Like, it's not going to matter what tool we choose. So I could
No,
go
we
do a
can use
show
any
about a
tool.
tool, but I could go do a show about a tool. But what I want to do a show about is how could I make that interesting and useful for the group here without disturbing everybody and telling them that I need a definition without, rocking your worldview, if you wouldn't mind.
And you've heard
You
the
know.
answer. And
How's
you know
that?
the answer, right?
What's that? No.
We said the answer all through today's conversation. It's obvious. The answer is you create that show. And then we
Create the
show
what?
up, you create that show.
No, I don't want to do a show, but I could
Okay,
do
if you
a
don't
show.
want to, then you don't do it. But if you want to do it,
Why
you
would
do
I
it.
want? Why would I want to take all my time and create a GCC we show?
Well, why
when
are
there
you
is no-
speaking about it then?
Because
you
I
don't
want to
wanna
create
do
aware.
it.
Because I want to create awareness for maps that the GCC could use, but you can't see it. So
Well,
Anyway.
do that. Then you do that.
let me start over, Glenn. I think I've failed because I've tried to introduce concept tools that have not been adopted in this group. And for me to go create my own show about it is not the point. That would be a product I'm trying to build for somebody else, right? So this idea is something I'm building, and if I wanted to build it, it's going to be in software, and I might do software demos of it, but really it's a memory tool for us. What are we talking about? What are we focusing on? And I saw it as like a spatial map, the main map, right? And I sent a link today where I think we were going over a demo of it. It's just the concept does not gel with the idea of what Doug was talking about on Sunday, or was it Wednesday? I think it was Thursday, about when they had those journeys in the Kelvin group, and they would go on these base camp journeys, and they felt like they were there, even though. So it's that common share. I don't think I need an agreement. I think it has to be useful for you, or if it's not useful, then it's a pain. So how do I, with my skills, make it seem useful to you when my people skills aren't in trying to sell this thing? Obviously it's useful, like everybody's bringing something useful, but how do we integrate that into a way that matters? And Sam has tried with Workflowy. I remember Sam did a demo one day on Workflowy, and it wasn't any more than 5 minutes, and Joshua shut him down because, and I can't remember why he shut him down, but I was shocked because I was getting into it. You know what I mean?
That's what
So
we don't need to do, right?
Yeah, so it's like-
So
it's like-
what prevents it? I don't see
Well, I
what
think what
prevents
worked, I think what really worked is when we started doing those focus shows. Like
Yes.
David Middlemass did a focus show. Middlemiss did a focus show
Yeah,
one time,
Middlemiss.
I think recently. But every time he shows up, he does a mini focus show.
it. Exactly. So
As
that's
if-
why
as if
the
we don't-
focus show is important. That's what
So how do
Sam's
you
been saying too. It's simple. You have focus shows, specific focus shows. If you want
And
to focus
and
on a
avoid
certain,
and avoid repeating it over and over again. Like we could just point to the fact that David says, "Hey, the day that I came to barn raising and did that focus show, I've been using that to spread my message, and it's really working. I think I'm ready to do an updated version instead of
That's-
just coming
yes.
here and telling us what we all got to do and what we all need to do and
That's
brand
the
us all
model.
eco.
That's
Well,
the
he's
model.
But he's branding us all eco village people. That's what I feel like. Listen to David, like I'm going to do an eco village.
You didn't listen.
Well, I'm just saying that maybe I
He
should
was
be in different meetings.
Well, you can go to the meetings you want to go to. So that's
Yeah,
the
well,
whole
that's what I mean.
point.
That's what I mean. Like, he could have a show. He could do that Tuesday show, and he could take his camera around and show what he's doing, and that would be meaningful. Me
Yes.
going around how I do meta thinking, I don't think it's that interesting. I'd rather try to make it more concrete, and without people consciously involved in the map, it's just an exercise in tool building, and I might as well just spend my time doing that as efficiently as I can do that instead of trying to convince a bunch of people to come watch me do it. Like, that's no fun.
But you don't have to convince a lot of people, because I know I want to do it, and I'm sure many others want to do it, because many
So
people
the
are
question is,
interested in maps.
how do we introduce mapping of our context into the group without necessarily using my maps, but the concept of what I'm trying to get to? How can that idea spread within the group of, we have a memory, a group memory, because it's really about group memory.
Yeah, we can just create a certain map show where
But
we go into that.
didn't
Yeah.
Barry ask the best question today? Like, what is the vision? Right? Like, that's what really matters to me, because
We
I
can
need
do
a
it all.
goal.
We can do it all, right?
And there's some
Hey,
of these
can I add
simple
something
things
here?
that would,
Yeah, Sam has
go ahead.
the answer.
I think some people are uncomfortable and not familiar with the use of the word map, the way you and I use it, Colin. Okay. So, what I would like to encourage people is to write down their thoughts. Barry's done it, Glenn's done it, I've done it, you've done it. Just write down your thoughts and share them. Give people a link, give people a way to do some reading, some feedback, some commentary. And then they're going to choose to put their commentary wherever they feel comfortable, whether it's in Google Docs, or whether it's in a comment section of a blog, or whether it's in a spreadsheet, or whether it's in an email, whatever. Okay, people are comfortable using what they are used to. Now, the people who want that stuff to have a life, to persist, to be findable, they'll put it in places that will be findable. But if you put it in a text, if you put it in a Facebook message, if you put it in an email, that's not going to be linkable, usually. So the people who want to have this more available for, as Alex calls it, AI, which is really just SEO indexing, okay? Then they'll put it on some place where a URL can get to it. After you've got some participation and some opinion creation, some content creation, then we can then go to the next question is, how can we make sense out of all of this? But until people start offering feedback, offering opinions, offering claims, offering models, offering thinking, none of this matters, whether it's in Trello, whether it's in Workflowy, whether it's in any place else. So I'm encouraging people to put things where they are comfortable and just start producing thoughts. And if you don't actually have thoughts to produce, then give feedback, give review on other people's thoughts. And if you don't want to participate at all, then I guess you're just listening. You're just, trying to, we'll do whatever. But those of us that want to create some content, models, thinking, predictions, etc., we're trying to do that. And I've tried to use a lot of different places. And each of the places that I've used is linkable. Moreover, most of the places that I use are editable by you. So it's read write. So it's very easy for anybody to provide feedback to me on the places that I offer some content. So I think all this talk about what tool to use, standards, profiles, that's premature. Let's just get people sharing across whatever they want to use to do the sharing.
Right.
First.
Right. I agree.
Yes.
That doesn't matter what tool you use if you're not doing anything. And the map can show who's doing stuff.
What I'm doing, what I'm doing, what is not doing anything?
No,
Is
no.
that what you're saying?
What I'm saying
we
is,
can do
the
that
map.
here.
Careful with your statements, Colin, because Barry is providing me some feedback on things. Okay.
No.
I have other people providing me feedback. So
Not
be
saying that
careful
at
with your
all.
generalizations.
No, what I'm saying is this: if you use a map to map out what's happening, right? Generally speaking, highlights, newsletter, whatever you want, workflowy, content to refer to. So, and in Barry's case specifically, I would say that I'm getting the message that he is focused on emotions in learning. Like that's a thing to him, big thing to him. So, you know, and I
Well,
think,
he's been an expert on the area and done
right. So, you know,
research for decades,
no,
hasn't he?
hold on, Glenn, you're digressing. So that, you know, I can see that even without talking to Barry, I could put a placeholder for Barry on the map. He could come and tell me, no, that's wrong. Who else in the GCC could I do that for? That's the test. If not that you're not doing anything, it's just me as a participant, a map maker of one, do I know what's going on and what other people, you know, are as a
I can
positive
give a
motion, and
simple
what is their vision?
example. I
Yeah,
can give an
that's
example. Gene Bellinger shared a 30-minute presentation in the Open Global Mind conversation, and there was 10 to 15 people there, and he basically went through a whole life's work, and some of the conclusions that he made showed a couple of examples from the Kumo, and that was an incredibly enlightening session where
yeah,
just listening
Gene's
to it,
another prolific person.
and that was done in a meeting just like this. So these meetings, this is a great place where we can occasionally have those focused meetings, and we can
Love
have one
those.
person present something specific, and
Yeah.
then we achieve that focus. And then
Right.
there can be other days where we just sort of let it flow. And
I guess maybe my lament isn't the fact that people aren't doing anything, because it certainly isn't that. It's that the group hasn't grown to that point where they would find having a vision, a visually vision thing useful, as in the form of
I disagree with that. I think that would obviously be useful.
well,
for
useful
most
to the
people in
point,
this
useful to the
room.
point that we put it on the agenda and integrate it. And I'll tell you just one of my early lessons. When I thought this would be easy, the pushback I got was from more of the people who weren't the doers, the more of the, you could say, the unblocking type people, for lack of better labeling. Not the, let's say, not the people in barn raising. You know, the maps were bothering their conversations.
Yeah, because
So
they have a space for that, and then we have other spaces for the maps. Those who
right.
want that
So
can go there. Those who want
so I
this
do
can
so
go
in
there.
barn
So it
raising,
works.
but in barn raising, I do my maps in an after show. One of the very first after shows, which was was a barn fire, with, you know, as you know how that ended, with me being accused of a spy and trying to make money. You know, so
Yeah,
it just goes
we've heard
weird.
enough about that. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
we
So
can
that's what
leave
I'm
that
saying. The
behind.
attempts we make are really strange to the resistance one gets. So it's got to
But you
be.
kind of have to try some stuff, right?
Well, I have
Before
to
you
do it
say,
on my own. I have to do it on
no,
my
not
own.
on
It's a
your
lot of work.
own. You can do
Yeah,
it
yeah, I do.
together with others.
I'm not.
Of course.
Well, for example, I just make this quick, Glenn. I know if I want to put a bunch of time in, I can go and do like the guy did in Thort Space. I mentioned this Thursday too. He did a really nice diagram in Thort Space, or however you pronounce that, the little bubbles, the mapping software, and he overlaid that into a video presentation of context. He did it for a couple of different things. It reminds me of those RSA animated videos. If you've ever seen those, they're really nice. Those are RSA. So I could go and put that work into it, but like Sam says, I think it's premature for me to go polishing this before we have something. And it's not what I already do it for myself. So this isn't like holding me back. It's like, could my skill be useful for the group? And how could I do that without, you know, doing a high wire act and opening up my own show on Tuesday to say, hey, I'm really serious. This could be useful. So I hope you get my angle on that.
Yeah. Well, couldn't it be a good idea if we just had a show or we had one day where we just had a whole Saturday show where you could really go into it, present it.
I'm saying me opening up putting the time in to put a show on one day, I think is exaggerating the point that nobody's listening and it's not useful. So why bother? I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to.
What? Do you want people to listen? Because if you do, then you have to just say, here I have something.
Well, they
I
did.
want to
They did
present
listen
it.
to me. They did. I did
Mhm.
present it. I presented one day of the maps. I went over a few of them. It wasn't very well done, but I definitely tried to distinguish between the different kinds of maps.
Yeah,
And I
yeah, I
said, in
was
order
there.
for us to
Yeah,
do an exercise, I'd need to have a second day. And then it just kind of fell
exactly.
away. So that was attempt number 3 to introduce it to the group without me being, what do you call it? Imposition. I didn't want to put an imposition on the group and force my tool, right? I don't want to go say, okay, you guys won't listen to me on Saturday, so I'll start a show on Tuesday and come see me over here. Actually, the show on Tuesday that I was interested in, or any day, anytime, randomly, is just on models and tools. You know, just people who enjoy models and tools get together and take 2 or 3 of their favorite models and talk about them. That would be fun, right? But I don't know if that would be,
Anyway,
yeah, but that's not something we do here at Barn Raising, I don't think. See, I don't know. We don't,
why not? Why not? That is exactly what we're doing here.
well, that's through consensus, yes, but I'm not saying I'm
Sometimes we
imposing it.
can
I'm
do
just not
that.
imposing it. I just don't want to impose it. That's what I'm saying.
Do you want to, if you want, do you want to put it on, right? It's a very simple thing. If you don't think it's interesting, you wouldn't even mention it. The fact that you're mentioning it, per definition, you think it's interesting. So
Sure.
why don't we then just simply have one day where we go deeply into it and where you show it all? And
Well, I don't know about,
or
the thing
what
is,
you want to show. And let's
what,
really go into it and really, try to understand it and do some work with the maps and maybe create some maps on the fly. I think that would be really interesting. And we can use Coggle. I've done a couple of things there too.
well,
We can,
that's 2 different conversations we've got going now. Using the Coggle crayons to integrate into the GCC as a memory tool or a focus tool, a knowledge trail of a sort. You know, and Sam described a knowledge trail today when he described the states that he went through and trying to figure out what we got to do. Like that was like node 1, node 2, node 3. That was like the steps he went through, right? And you could go watch the videos in order, or we could highlight certain context at certain points, and people could go watch a couple hours over 10 or 15 videos. Now, there's a lot of things we could do to say more and speak less.
yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
we should try those things and
So that's the crayons and the mapping and the knowledge trails, and the tool show is something more selfish. I like models and math and tools and talking to people who like models and math and tools, and that would bore the shit out of a lot of people. So it would be nice to have a kind of and that's just interest within the group, more of a social thing. So that doesn't need to be a certain day that we dedicate towards it. It could be an event that we want to do. I know Heiner did one, kind of.
So if you want to do that event, I mean, I think you should just
Well,
suggest
I think we
one
also talked
day
about
and
doing
then we
a science
announce
show.
it.
We talked about a science show too. I think you,
Yeah.
me, and Josh, and a few people. So there's been all kinds of talk, but my
Well,
point is just
I'm
how hard
interested
it is.
in I'm interested in a show in
Yeah.
truth
Okay.
and possibility, and definitely science fits right into it. The question of what could be the future of science, how the tools could be used, collective intelligence. So that's one specific thing.
Okay. Well,
I can do
how
that
about this?
anytime.
How about this? I just had an idea. You create a 1 to 2 minute video question. You post it in a new channel called the
Truth and possibility. It's called
Sprout.
Truth and possibility.
Yeah, GCC Sprout number, whatever, truth and possibility. And you put your 3 to 5 minute video, and other people can put in 3 to 5 minute video responses to you to build the next node and see where it goes.
Yeah, we could absolutely.
That way people are doing
Awesome,
video
yeah.
responses. And that's kind of the idea anyway in the new world.
Yeah, we can do both video responses and written.
That's for a specific idea. Now I see Barn
Yeah.
Raising is getting together saying, well, why don't we think about doing a show and building a channel? Actual Sprout is going and performing it. And so day 1 of my Barn Raising was to explain kind of what I was talking about as a journey, as a discernment map, a journey map and also a spatial map, where the journey map is a template for an individual who's interested in a specific journey, right? And you can have several journey maps. And they're what you use to align with people. But the GCC conversation map, that's just where's the entropy and how can we focus in and highlight and remember what happened in a visual way? Because it's the visual that's key, right? You can move things around, and you can take a big mess and copy it and put it into a sub map and just said, oh,
But
this is really
haven't we,
interesting.
but haven't we sort of also agreed that
But
the
again,
barn racing space, is a good space also for some of the experiments?
yes, experiments in meta and stuff. And I thought Friday was
No, any experiment. That's the point.
yeah, but I thought Friday was good for that. Like I missed the
well-
fact that there was a Friday experiments. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like maybe it should
I
become
know.
Tuesday experiments. And you know, I really should be focusing on more of my Saturday and Sundays
Okay,
work.
so
So
let's put it.
that's why I think doing response videos is works more in my schedule. I don't know if you guys like to meet as a group, then that's fine. But I'm thinking more the group stuff is the we general stuff, the meta stuff to me, the planning stuff, like what is the GCC, what is their focus vision, who are these people, can I get to meet you? Oh, please come and do a whole show on just you today, like Jazz did his meditation show. That was great, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if Barry has done, yeah, he did one. It was really good.
Barry
In fact,
should
I
also do
contacted him
one.
shortly afterwards, I believe.
I
So,
think we should all do
I think that's where we
special
should
shows.
focus. We
Yeah,
should focus on our messages. Yeah, and the map is secondary. It just shows if you don't have a message, then you're not on the map.
No, well, if the map is your focus, then on that specific day, it's all about the map, right? And then the other day,
no.
what is it? This is so simple. It's we're describing a structure where
My
we have
project is
some
about
open
conversations.
meetings.
My
Yes?
project's
Okay.
about conversations, not about mapping. Mapping is a tool that we can use.
Okay.
Right.
Well, then that's the focus, right? So
yeah, and
then
that's
that
the game of
day,
discernment. The game of discernment is more of the conversation type map. So I would want to play a game of discernment if I had a day to do something. And I already planned 2 or 3 of them.
Me too.
One of them was between Doug and Sam on the word agreement. I wanted to discern what those 2 individuals meant by the word agreement, because it seemed like they were in agreement, except for what the term agreement meant. And come to find out, what, a year and a half later, that is the case. Because I think there was a meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago when, Sam and Doug were very surprised at the fact that they were agreeing on things.
So Colin, so what you're saying is then that what you want to do is the game of discernment.
Well, it starts with defining your terms, yes.
Yeah. So that's the meeting you are interested in.
Well, yeah, but I'm like a computer. If I don't have a program to run, it isn't or a hammer. If there's not a house to build, right?
So, but would you like
make sure
to
we have enough nails.
Would you like to host that specific meeting then, the game of discernment?
Well, it's something I think of it as a tool that we can use to try to have better ways to agree. So if something comes up and people are disagreeing and it's important, like Sam and Doug disagreeing about the word agreement, which is kind of meta, then I think it could be an option to try 2 or 3 different resolution methods. And I'm sure Barry has a whole bunch from his experience as well, because Barry goes all the way back to the well days.
Okay, so well, anyway, guys, I have to log off now, but I'll just say that if you want to do a game of discernment, I'm definitely up for that, because
what topic?
Any topic we're interested in.
Well,
I've mentioned several. We mentioned lots today, so it could be anything. But I'm very interested in that, because then we could define the terms clearly. Then we could put that into the repository, and then we can put it several places, and then later on that can go into the profiles. So that relates with the group memory. But that's important. What does the different people actually mean with the terms we use. So if we play the game of discernment, then we can explore that. And I think that could lead to greater understanding. So if you don't want to host it, I can host it. I think maybe someone else
Well,
could
yeah, we
host
could.
it.
It's not a unique idea.
But
It's
I think it would be very interesting for a lot of people to have a meeting where we actually play the game of discernment around a specific topic.
All the game is a canvas where you can keep track of the ideas, so you don't lose track of a bit of a conversation that's not completely focused. You can say, let me write that down into the parking lot, and we'll come back to that if we have time. Or, you know, it's kind of a meeting tools of writing down.
Feist writes in the chat, it doesn't have to be a unique idea. So it's like, it could be
so
anything.
there's two ideas. There's, I think, 3 times I attempted to introduce it. Once was with the discussion with Doug and Sam about the word agreement. I think it was Sam and Doug again over another word. And I even put out an event and this is going to happen. And Doug and Sam says, no, it's not. So that was the end of that because, you know, I was imposing, I guess.
But they had one meeting, right? Doug, Sam, and Tammy, where they looked into agreements.
Yeah, and it really didn't go anywhere. But anyway, you know, I'm not the only one who's failing, no, but we're trying, and that's important. And so the next time I tried it was with the idea between religion and science as just for lack of a better topic.
But that was a perfect example because there we scheduled a meeting where we were supposed to go into that topic. And we actually didn't go into the topic at all. We talked about how we talk about those kinds of topics. So it was yet another meta conversation. At least that was my clear experience. We didn't actually even begin going into the real topic of religion and science, which is an enormous topic. Of course, we could
revisit that.
But then we need to do it have a real space for it and really carefully define our terms and listen attentively and I mean, it's a big thing, right? It's not something you can just figure out in 30 minutes.
If it's a process or a procedure that you're going to go through, it has to be a bit of a agreed upon, known protocol, process, or procedure, so that people aren't saying, you know, what are you doing picking up 2 cards? Like you're playing 2 different card games at the same time. So if you don't know the rules of the card game. So I think that's what stopped the conversation between science and religion, because I kind of pulled the plug and said, well, if we are going to do this, let's not do it like we have been doing it and arguing and taking sides and power over.
Yes,
I wanted to have a serious conversation. I was saying, so, you know, what are the ground rules here?
That's
and
right.
If we pull out the game, and if we pull out the game board, the game of discernment, you know, how are we going to go about that? And is it even worth it? Because
now we're talking. Yeah.
Right. So people, you know, so that's why, you know, I thought it was a useful conversation. It's one of my interests, but I don't like to push, you know, people into religious conversations unless they're making it funny.
You don't have to push. You don't have to push anyone because there's a tremendous interest in this from many people, and at least for me, and lots of people are incredibly interested in doing exactly what you said, going into topics such as, for example, religion and science, but doing it in a totally different way, without arguing, without the superficiality, but with clear. Yes, that's what I want to do it. So I'm 100% interested in that. This fits exactly at the core of this idea of truth and possibility as well.
Okay, well, I already have a start. I think I started this with Stacy back, I don't know, a year and a half ago, and it just didn't go forward again because I'm not imposing this stuff upon people.
So I'm in on this. Yeah.
I just want what are you referring to, Colin?
I think when we had some conversations way back when about spirituality and things, I started to make a map as I was talking about these things about the game of discernment at that time. And so I was using it for an experiment, but you know, it just didn't work out. Whatever, it wasn't a main topic between us. But yeah, I did start a map on this. I can remember it.
I mean, to me, it just makes more sense to see where the two contradict. Because, like, for example, let's say you're talking to somebody and they believe in the power of prayer. instead of throwing out the idea of prayer, I think looking at it from a scientific approach and saying, what could possibly be happening that's creating that phenomena?
Yes, exactly. And what do they mean by prayer?
I don't
What do
even,
they-
you know what? Yeah, I don't, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, what you're thinking?
I was going to say, it's not even, yes, I need to know in one sentence, what do you mean by prayer? What actions are you taking when you pray? But I wouldn't go further than that. Then I just want to look at all the scientific information out there in terms of the mind-body connection, you know, whatever else is out there, and see if there's anything that actually supports that could possibly be working, instead of just assuming, you know, it's blind faith and foolish. This is just one example.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right. So,
Yeah.
and under that, so if I was playing the game of discernment under the note of prayer, I would see, you know, which context I should be going in, whether I'm trying to align with somebody or whether I'm just trying to define it. So I think they're both important. And when I align with somebody who talks about prayer, I try to say that, well, that's kind of, prayer to me is more like meditation. So it's not that I'm dismissing the idea of the act. It's just I don't expect an answer from
But
a
it's
deity.
still, yeah, I know, but it still seems like it's going around in circles, because number one, it may not even be important. You know, do you necessarily have to align with the person? But if you're going to get stuck there, at least approach it from a different way.
Well, we're assuming that the people are talking about their worldview. That's and
Well,
again, whether it's important or not, is a good question.
Yeah, and we could be speaking about specific experiences of having used prayer. But like I can tell you that I have had experiences where I have done something that you may or may not call prayer, and it has had a very significant effect that has completely changed my inner situation. Let's put it this way.
And on the map, I would put testimonials, and you could click on testimonials, and you could go see all the people who are in your friends list who have testimonials on that node. But as far as information on the map, it's kind of irrelevant because it's word of mouth, and it's not. The game of discernment means something where you put a confidence level to it as well, each node. So if you say that, you know, I believe in prayer, and I say, well, I don't believe in prayer, but I believe in the act of meditating, which may be a cognitive, human, sagacious type of activity that is still valid. So even though I can't explain why meditation is like prayer, it might feel like prayer to me, and it might even give my body benefits.
But surely it's going to be always central to base it on actual personal experiences, right?
So when it comes to saying, you know, is there something value about meditation or going into that kind of
then
mantra
I can
state?
only consult my personal experiences.
Right. And so you could say, but you know, I believe 85% that what I imagine I can bring into this world. You know,
Well,
Doug
no,
says
I would say that I've had these experiences with what I would call meditation, or what I would say is similar to what you're describing. And then I can say, I've tried this and this is what happened. And I tried this again and this is what happened. And maybe I've done it hundreds of times. I'm sure every person, many people in this room have done it hundreds of times, and they
you're starting to speak scientifically.
And that's science. Yes, that's scientific method, but it's used in regards also to meditation, prayer. Maybe that's what also Stacy was pointing to, but she was also mentioning the other literature and research that's been done.
So for example, somebody like Joe Dispenza, he explains that your body doesn't know if your mind is remembering an emotion or if your mind is experiencing it in the moment. So if there's a reaction to what you're presently experiencing, let me say. So it's, you know how like when you're worried about something, it's going to take a physical toll on your body. So whether
Yeah.
or not you're in that stress at the moment, if you're remembering it, it's still going to affect your body the same way. So rather than try to prove whether or not that's true, since we don't know yet, why not assume it is and try not, projecting out that emotion? Like, it's sort of like first do no harm. If there's even a possibility that using the wrong words trigger a reaction, for example, with your body, like saying, I can't do this. Why not try tweaking it to see if it makes a difference? We're not always going to have 100% proof. So does that mean we don't take a step forward?
Exactly.
I don't know if I'm being clear, but
yeah, I think
No, that's valid. It's experimenting, and what Glenn is saying as well is valid. It's just,
experimenting and not
it's
having
just that
limitations unnecessarily, right?
I guess one contention can happen, and you can end up, well, let's go to the map and figure this out, because what you're saying is not what I'm thinking. So you have a different idea of what it means to be healed or whatever, or a different version of what does the word soul mean to you. Like that's a very short discernment map. A lot of these, you end up into different territory really quickly. But I guess the main idea is that you're not out to try to disprove somebody's wishes and guesses. It's when they tell you that it's 100% certain and you should go and do this. And I felt that from David Middlemas today, whether he realized it or not. He was using the word should. Maybe he was talking about the group that he's within in his mindset, because I make that mistake a lot of times and say the word you when I mean, mean to say a person should or a person could. I'll use the word you instead, and then somebody will take it right personally, right quick. And that's a bad habit for causing miscommunication. So, I'd have to ask
We
David
have to
Middlemas,
learn
what
to.
do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah,
So,
we have
and I
to
did
learn
that
to
with
look past that and not be
Here's
stuck
another
up
one.
on words, because I think that what he was speaking about was really the larger.
I don't know, but he was definitely telling me what we're, and he says we go collect $1 from all of our friends, and then he says, well, it's
No,
not about
he
money.
gave an example that's
Yeah,
something
no, I
we
know,
could
but
do.
I'm trying to follow what he's saying, right? So I don't mean to upset him. You see what I'm saying?
Of course.
But I'm thinking, yeah, he does want us to go and collect $1, put it in the GCC pot, and then decide which eco village we want to start. Or does he want us all to go collect $1, send it to him in Taiwan, and he's going to start and give
No,
it
he
to
said that he wasn't interested in that.
Yes, he said he didn't want any money, right? So then I'm
Yeah.
saying, okay, well, what was the money all about? So,
Well, the point was that we could. I mean, if we invite
we can have it
people,
written on a discernment map,
no,
and people that come
that too.
afterwards won't be
No, the
confused
point
either.
was we can invite in people who are already doing these things, and then we can learn from them. That was what he was describing, and then people can choose if they want to put money.
Here's
into
another
it,
one.
right?
Here's another discernment map idea. Doug and the word enemy and adversary. Like, I think it's a dead end again, but he says he doesn't have any. So I could say, okay, like you're interested, Glenn, having a game with me about religion and science, which is very interesting. And we're both game and consent to that. But I don't think Doug would consent to a game about me asking him to define why he doesn't have enemies. But I think it would be fascinating where that would open up whole different bubbles of conscious areas that he is focusing on. And the problem I have with Doug is not Doug himself, but trying to align my relative ideas towards his, because it's almost like without the right context, his ideas wash over top of mine.
Yeah,
and it's not a pleasant feeling to have somebody wash your ideas away because of miscontexting or category errors or whatever.
But I think the solution to that is obvious. It's been described today. And Barry says in the chat, yes, and to just simply put on the map and put on the calendar specific times when we go into these things. And Barry wants to do a presentation, a Zoom meeting on Wednesday, March the 17th, 7 p.m. So what time zone is that?
That's a great idea.
And
think
that's
that's
the kind of
what-
things that will move it forward, right? We just actually,
right.
Eastern
Fine.
Standard.
You try to say something, Thijs? Keys?
He's doing that in the Grace Chapel, so it's on Zoom, but it's in the Grace Chapel somewhere, Lexington, Massachusetts.
Barry's thing is in the Grace Chapel?
Yeah, then, yeah. for
Sponsored
that
by
Zoom.
Grace Chapel, but because it's in lockdown, we're meeting on Zoom during the lockdown. So we don't actually meet in person until they reopen everything.
And what is it about, Barry?
They meet every month. It's a group that studies the interface of science and theology. And I'm on tap to do the session this month. And I'm going to do it on theomathy, not the word of God, but the math of God.
That was the term I was looking for that you said before, theomathy.
Right.
Yeah.
Theology literally means the word of God. It's all stories told in word-based presentations. And there's also the math of God, sometimes called analytic theology, which is very technical stuff. You'd only learn it in, say, graduate school of theology. But the math of God is an interesting topic that's normally not discussed because people generally don't have enough fluentness in mathematics to be able to follow it. But we're going to try that this time because they're all scientists who are in this group.
Well, it definitely deserves a portal on the map that I'm thinking about making.
And I
you
might,
mentioned Portal, yeah. Eric Weinstein he's into exactly that. Objective.
Not that I agree
math.
with it in any way. I'm just saying it's not about me, right?
But it's interesting to.
It's about me understanding what it is you're saying. And so that I can make up my mind whether that aligns with my worldview, my values or not. And I'm saying most of the time, does it really matter? Like, and that's it. Like, wouldn't a better game of discernment be about why is there mutilation of people's genitals still on Earth? Like, is that something we can stop? Is it, or the genocide happening in China? Is there, like, these are more interesting things to figure out, like the psychology of how people define this is allowed or a valid thing.
Then we're
right?
back to psychological evolution again, which is basically the key to everything.
Yeah. And I'm talking about hard conversations, yes.
So if because all of that terrible stuff happens because of this madness, we can say, and so if we can evolve, there's a way out.
And really, is it any of our business to attack it from, what am I trying to say? Just because you see something that's wrong, that might not be the best way to address it or the right person to address it who notices that it's wrong. So I don't want to get myself into trouble here with another religious example, but say that there's some religious practice out there that we all agree isn't very good. And it's
I would love to focus on what religious practices do we know are good. That would be really interesting to focus on. What are the best? I would love to focus on that. Because every while there's so much focus on, they done it bad there, they done it bad there. What about the success stories? What about the congregations that have created real community? What about the real personal transformations?
Well, how about this? How about this? We all start from our own sphere of knowledge. Yes. So I could go take a course and I could learn a whole bunch of stuff and then start my map. Or I could start my map in some amount of ignorance, which we all have. And then once I think that I have my thought clear and has also been vetted a bit by somebody else playing the game and adding to it, the good and the bad, the full spectrum, not just the good, the it. And then you could take that it to someone, you could take that it to someone like Barry, who actually studies in this, and he may have a heavy bias in one area, but I suggest that he would be a great value to have a look at a piece of work that has been done. I would think that it would be an interesting challenge to try to build the map from scratch with Barry without him building the map himself, because he has so much knowledge in the area. So it's not about building the right map, It's about the person who has misunderstandings and confusions have their mistakes corrected, like as if you were doing an exercise and the teacher comes and says, oh, I see where you forgot to carry a 1.
So it's basically about creating the space.
It's
to-
about
to
creating
look at it.
understanding so that
A
they're knowledge
space
trails.
for
And somebody with
understanding.
somebody with more knowledge can come behind and say, hey, I can see what you guys are thinking, but hey, have you ever considered this?
Yeah,
And
and
then
so
they
if
add
we,
another node, you see.
yeah,
And so you're saying that a lot. You're saying that a lot about science. Have you ever considered if people did X, right?
so it all depends simply on creating that space
Possibility map.
where we can look at this and map it and get the definitions of what specifically we mean, so we clear up misunderstandings early, and then we can really go deep into
Well,
the ideas. And
it's kind of fluid, and there's a gray area because
but
the
it needs
the
the
map.
space.
Yeah,
The
when you're doing
space.
when you're doing the definitions, you're right. You're just kind of doing a fancy dictionary where you can follow thought a little bit, so that when people start thinking or conflating things with something else, or they are picking, and there's various different fallacies one can commit when trying to lay down what their reasoning is.
Of course.
And then
And if you get the real clear communication, the clear thinking, the clear reasoning, then we can figure that out. If
anyway,
we
it's
get the
very
right
interesting.
space.
It's a very interesting idea to have a topic, for example, the topic of science and religion. It's interesting now. I remember Barry saying that before, that he met with the group on that interface, and that is a very interesting topic of mine too. And
Okay.
I think I'm on the other side of the view on a lot of those things with Barry, and probably along with other ones.
Price just suggested that we could have one after the Doug's meeting on Thursday, so I'm open for that.
This is for Barry. This is also for
okay.
This is for Barry.
That's for
So
Barry.
Barry likes to he just came up with the idea. So now I'm trying to get an invitation for Thursday after the meeting with Doc.
And is this next week?
Coming Thursday.
Yeah, coming. Great. Yeah, I'm
you're
definitely
talking about the after show, you're saying?
after
I
the
call it after show, but it means after Doc. But,
yeah.
So
Well,
it's
this is
2
very
hours after, and then that.
But it depends on how Barry. So Barry has to.
Okay. Anyway, I would love to. So please send me the invite to that, because sounds very interesting. And
I have another example of a discernment map that's stuck on the main map, and it's where we went through a values exercise one time, right? And I remember I highlighted on Doug's, he was inviting and in service too. You know what I mean? Like, and I have a hard time looking over the other people's, but these are really visual cues that we just build together as an exercise, and it doesn't have to be done on a map. The map is just the way I see when I go to grab for a tool. I say I can connect these two ideas, and if I do it in a nice artistic way, I'll be able to have a breadcrumb trail of what I was thinking, which is very useful when you're on a journey and you don't know where you're going to end up, especially in the IT world. What commands did you use to get yourself get it fixed, and different, it's just a different way to do OneNote, really. If you've ever used OneNote or Evernote or.
Great. Well, anyway, I have a little bit, but I would love to participate in the game of discernment, and
well, maybe we shouldn't use Coggle, because as many benefits as it has in freedom of being able to have a blank infinite canvas, it also has interface problems and things. It seems to work really good. Why don't we try it? But I just want to.
Yeah, we can try it. So for me, Friday would be a great time. Like Friday after the Appreciator show, I'll just throw that out. That because on Friday I often travel, but sometime after the Appreciator show would be a good time for me generally to have any kind of meeting really, but to really go into some of those issues of truth, possibility, science,
Since we've
and
discussed
game of
a lot of it,
discernment.
since we've discussed a lot of it, I think we could do it kind of piecemeal as well. If I sent you a picture of the map or a link to where it is, you know, this is meant to be interactive. We don't actually have to meet in real time.
Yeah, but I would love to have both. So what I
Yes,
would love
definitely.
is maybe not every Friday, but some Fridays at least can have a meeting a little bit later, and then in between that we have a messenger thread, and we can use all kinds of other channels as well, and then we can have a lot of time to go deeply into the questions and play out the game of discernment and really make clear what we mean specifically with the words we use, so we avoid misunderstandings. Then we can also bring in all the questions and begin the whole exploration. So and then I want to put all the opinions at the door and then go full into the exploration and just see whatever is discovered. So I have a lot of ideas to present. I'm sure everyone has, and we can have maps and questions.
Okay, well, hold on. I just had a thought of a clarifying point. The premise for me of stepping off and saying, okay, Glenn, let's go play a game of discernment. The reason why that event triggers for me is because we want to have a fair conversation. And it's just really the preliminaries of defining your terms. I think as Voltaire says, you know, if you're going to have a conversation with me, define your terms. When we start talking about religion and science, and it starts to blossom beyond terms and into lessons, then it's turning more into a journey map again. So you can see where, I mean, it's a gray area. And a painter would say, this is the problem you get with these maps. I'll just say it up front, although this might be a detail. The problem that you get, as in when you're a painter, if you mix too many colors together or too much information, you end up with mud.
Of course.
Unless you have something like the brain, which is a lot of work. The value that the brain, which is another mapping software, the brain software people talk about, it has a database ontology behind it. Now, you can do a lot of interesting things searching with Kogel, but again, it's not about the tool here.
So then we can begin. Yeah, so we begin by defining the terms. So if we want to go into...
We begin by wanting to have a fair conversation. We might not need to play the game of discernment.
Yeah, but we already want that. So
what conversation?
We begin. Yeah. So on Fridays, I'm ready. Anyone who's super
hold on,
to have anyone on board. It's very, and then I'm going to create the thread, truth and possibility, put everything in there. Friday is a space for me to meet anyone who wants to meet, and then we can go all into this. And then if we bring up science, religion, any of those questions, we begin by defining what we mean by those words. And we listen carefully to each other's definitions, and we ask questions, simple, clear questions, as many times as needed, until we really understand what do you mean with that word. And then based on that, we can begin building. And then we just sidestep all those misunderstandings right from the beginning. We integrate the game of discernment into the process right from the beginning.
I'm not going to say you're wrong in any way. I'm just saying that there's something invisible missing here. We're already assuming we have a conversation we're having difficulty with. So let's identify the conversation up front. And
that we've done.
Okay. What is the conversation?
Truth and possibility, science, religion, reason, that whole issue. It's a very big topic. It's a big one. That's the one it is. That's the one. That's exactly the one. And you put game of discernment into that conversation, and we ask whatever questions we need. But it's about finding what is actually meant, and then we can also bring in specific empirical experiences. And it's
I would like to start with a little
long-
bit. I'd like to start with a little bit narrower topic, but you know, it's funny. It reminds me of something AC Grayling said in the video I put around recently, and he says this. I don't know if he said it in that video, but he says one of the things about choosing to be a philosopher is it gives you a license to be asking everybody questions about anything you want.
Exactly. That's
It
the
reminds
kind of
me, you want to make a
philosophy.
map about everything.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing I'm describing here too. It's a philosophy that can embrace anything. It's simply trying to figure out a reasonable way of thinking about whatever question is of interest. And
Why
then
don't
we
we go all the way and
focus.
call it the superstructure? Isn't
Yeah,
that what you
well,
call it?
that's sort of what it's a part of. But we can begin to make it a little more specific. We can at least begin with examining what we really believe to be true. And
So if you were going to
to
do that, if you were going to
Mhm.
do that, say I moved to Hawaii and I lost internet connection, and you thought this is a really good idea, how would you do
Mhm.
that starting your own show? And when would you decide to pull out the game of discernment? Like, you know, because that's what's happening here, and that's what I would hope would happen, is that the idea of being this detailed when it comes to being clear about what you're talking about, to have a fair conversation.
I'll answer that question. Then I would simply have a special meeting where you present that idea and then we look at that idea. Yes, that's it.
And that's what you should do.
Very simple. So that's the whole point here. There's a space. Anyone can put whatever they want into that space, right? And if we play the game of discernment, which really is simply to listen attentively and speak clearly and make clear what we mean with the words we say,
No,
then we avoid the
it's meant to move.
misunderstandings.
The game of discernment is meant to pull out like a tool when, like, say you're building a house and you got a hammer and you hit the nail and the nail bends over, and
Yeah,
damn
that
it,
too.
you pull. So you reach into your tool bag and you pull out the game of discernment, and you put the claw in there and you pull that nail out, and then you get a fresh nail once you know what's going on, and you nail it back in again. Maybe you have to move a
So
little
you
bit to
put
the
that,
side.
so then you do that in that space.
Right.
So the
I'm
whole
saying,
point is simply to have the space and we put that in, we run with it, see whatever happens. We
yeah,
bring
but
in all the questions and then
no,
we,
that's it. You bring in all the questions. I'm talking about, we pick a topic. Like, I don't know what Barry would choose to
Barry chooses what he chooses. If he wants to be there,
to start a node. Like, if Barry was going to start a node from what he envisions, like you just told me what you envision, which I see as the superstructure.
no,
I envision it.
don't misunderstand this. Don't misunderstand this. Please call
Okay.
it. I've spoken about this all fucking day, okay?
Okay.
This is a space in which you can put anything you want. And Barry can put what he wants. And Fives can put what he wants. And Sam can put what he wants. We put in whatever we want into that space. Then we explore it from all angles. And whatever happens, happens. And we run with that. So it's a space that has room for all the ideas which are present. It could be anything. That's the point.
Who's saying that doesn't exist already?
But we have to simply have the time and attention and just open that space.
Right.
And have meetings where that is brought to the meeting, to the attention of the people. And we look with our physical eyes at the maps, if there are some maps people want to present, and we listen with our ears to the questions that come, if there are some questions that people are burning with, and we simply have that space. That's the opening. And then we can do all of this. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes and no.
That's what we've been speaking about today, I think.
I do have a vision of what you're saying, and I do have all those maps, because the one where everybody can say whatever they want is the first map that I started, which was called the conversation map. It turned into the highlighted conversation map. And then it just got too big. It's kind of been archived for about 1.5 years now. Once I figured out the pattern of the circular motion that the group is in, and the actual value coming out of the relationships, and seeing that there's many different theories of mind in the room, you could say. So
Yeah, and they overlap
trying,
as well.
yeah, and that's why I said the next thing I would offer as a group initiative or project would be to help us build vision, individual vision statements that we can bring and try to put onto the table in a way that, voila, we got a Venn diagram, maybe a really twisted looking one with some humps and overlaps, but you know,
Let's do
and you know,
it.
there's
Yeah.
many kinds of mapping software where you have a list on one side, another side, and the lines go here and there.
Then
And
let's do it. Let's
you
do
know,
it.
well, we
Yeah.
kind of have.
And we
There's
kinda
been some
have, and
there's been some polls put out, but believe it or not, I'm kind of amazed at the fact that there's 2 terms. Here you go. Here's something for the game of discernment. Here's 2
we
terms
have
for
kind
you.
of done it, but we've also only scratched the surface. I mean, we've sort of just done a little bit of it.
Secular's
it's
one.
yeah, we've just done a little bit, and I think we could do it far.
Glenn, Colin was just explaining 2 central words. What are the 2 central words, Colin?
Yeah, one was secular. And I think in order to have a space where we can all come, just for me to try to introduce the word secular to the group. And I guess I didn't do very well. I didn't see the resistance coming, but I guess the way I fixed it was saying secular space. So I think if I made a map, I would say this map is by definition a non-blocking space, which to me is a synonym for secular. Now, if you've got some crazy wild out woo ideas, well, you can put them on the map, but it's not saying that everybody's going to put a high confidence level beside it. You see what I'm saying? Now, there is a vision right there. It's not about solving anything. It's just the next person that comes by can say, well, there's a bunch of flat earthers and they're really confident, but you know, the people that come by, they get to vote on it too. And so it's a discernment map. You don't know the answers. Trying to do
No.
definitions with the word secular is more of a black and white exercise, but it's not very long before people disagree, and you just have to agree to disagree and know where you disagree, and then go back into the conversation.
So at what time of the week would you like to have that meeting, for example?
I think we just did. I think it's a matter of waiting for an opportunity to arise where the tool is useful. So we can think back, and I could contrive some meetings and make my own show, like I said, which could be fine. If, you know, look, if I was self-sufficient, had all the money in the world, maybe that's what I would do. Anybody wants to donate me to build that show, I'm here. But that's not where I can put number 1% of my time, right? So if there's any billionaires out there, Ties and I are looking for, because I think really, and I've said, and I jumped up and down before, and if we want to get really serious in this group, it comes down to funding. And if the idea is good enough, the funding should come. But who knows how to see that opportunity? Like, who's the financial fundraiser in the group? I do know a couple of people that I could ask, because being in this group, you meet some people, right? People who have done that kind of thing. So, but that's
that
more of
depends
the,
on building the idea first, right?
Can Stacy get the floor now? Stacy, take
yeah,
the floor.
I'm done. I'm done. Thank you for listening.
Yes, Stacy.
Muted. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just want to check out. I just want to say, get my thoughts together. So Glenn asked before, you know, how do we see paradise on earth? And I looked at things a little bit differently, because for me, I see paradise on earth is where we are, everyone who wants to is creating and solving our own problems as we create. And the idea that I was unable to bring 2 years ago and even back in October, the idea was that in us creating a game show, which would have been similar to like American Idol, where stories get profiled, you get to know people, it would have created a space where people were motivated, not by money, because we don't have money. But I was looking at the group that I know, and there's hundreds of you that I know, and I took into account the different things that different people wanted, the different ways they're motivated. Community is sort of essential to everybody. So this idea that I had would have, first of all, we would have needed to create profiles. We have all this video out there with all the information that we want to put out, but we don't have manpower or labor to take it apart and put it together in ways that are meaningful. The game was an attempt to motivate people to do that as they're having fun, as they're getting to know other people. And different projects from people already in our circles would have been highlighted. And people would, instead of people being put in a box, people would be moved to go to the area where they could contribute. So for example, in the background, Colin could have been doing his maps, and those people moved to use his tools would have moved towards Colin, as well as other people using different tools. And that would have been a bank where people could go to and use what they wanted to use. And I think that it could have helped connect a lot of these projects out there. For example, 2 years Tammy would have been willing to do this. She would have interviewed somebody in the printernet, and it would have gone on a GCC call where many people would have gotten to see it, and the viewers would have been connecting. And it doesn't require having agreements on everything, because there may be people who totally don't want to participate, but they wind up watching, and that is participation. And again, this was just a pilot program, because if it became something that not only people enjoyed doing, but that people enjoyed watching, and we would look and we would see that, then if we were able to get funding, the same way American Idol makes money, we would have been able to make money. And I felt that we already have so many thousands of people that would have connected. So I wasn't able to get all my thoughts out there because it was such a big, big picture. And many things have to happen at the same time. So it's not like, well, we can do this one first and then this one. We don't have time for that. So anyway, this was a little frustrating to hear this show, because I heard so many of you saying different things, and I'm thinking this was the structure that I was trying to ask you guys to help me start.
Why can't we just do that? I mean, the way you described it now, it was so clear. It was so clear. This is what I want to do. What you described. I mean, it's just ridiculous. We're all saying the same thing. Let's do it.
But
I'm not sure about that.
But
We're saying
Colin,
the
but we
exact
are.
same thing.
But here's the, and Glenn, that was the problem. The need to have to explain why this could work was too much.
No. If it could work, it could still work.
It can still work.
That's the point.
It's a great idea to have a play space like that.
And the point is one step at a time. I'd like to ask anybody if they've seen any of the gems that I built. I made like 4 or 5 of them. I learned a lot about the OBS software.
I think Stacey is not finished yet. So Colin wants to continue.
I'm sorry, Stacey.
Must finish and then say that she has given the whole idea.
Okay. So I'll just leave it at this. If anybody's interested in having a 1-hour session where we could together I could just present how I think it could work, because it is designed like a game and there are 3 different tracks to it. I would really appreciate the help. I would love to do that. Let me know when. Thank you.
I'm so interested in that anytime.
The question,
I mean,
the question is, what is the time investment and what are the expectations?
1 hour. She said 1 hour, Colin. Didn't you? 1 hour.
And that's 1 hour a week.
No. It's just 1 hour. Just not 1 hour a week. 1 hour, and then you decide as things go on. The same way I decide, do I want to go to barn raising today? Well, maybe not today, maybe next week. That's all. That's the way I planned. I mean, if it works,
Okay,
I
Stacy,
planned
here's
it to
a
work
question.
that way.
Here's a question. Have
Yeah.
you had enough of my time already so that you don't need an hour with me? You could just fill it out.
Yeah, I don't need you in the beginning. Absolutely, I don't.
Yeah, so and that was the feeling that I got. So it was very mysterious. So that was another thing. And I think you were trying to lead by example instead of, and I think you said if you spent your time explaining it. So we don't have to go into all that stuff, but I'm still saying it's a great idea.
Well,
When
you
I'm
don't know
looking-
it's a great idea because you've never really heard
I've
it.
heard,
So
I think
if you
it's a
come to
great,
this 1 hour, if you come to the 1 hour group, then you could hear it. And then you might have something to contribute, or you might not, and either way would be fine.
well, if you're that inspired to do that, like Glenn asked me, do I want to have that show? Like, am I that inspired to do that? And I said, well, my intention isn't to pull the people into a special room with me, unless they want to have a tools show. The game of discernment.
We've covered all that. We covered all
Yeah,
that.
so what I'm saying is my tool is something to use in flow, what's already happening with the group. And that may be what Stacy's
So
proposing
Stacy,
as well.
when would you like to have that hour? Because I just think that sounds so interesting. And the way you described it now, it was so clear.
Well, it took a while.
But it was like when you spoke in October, it was like a lot of different threads and it was very creative. I had a feeling, where you were heading, but it's like the way you described it, it's very obvious. It's a sort of a game show where people can play these roles together.
Exactly.
And then we can really have fun with that. And the cultural creatives, I remember you talked about that once. And
yes, because that's really what it's about. Because let's say, for argument's sake, that we found this worked and engagement increased, and we, now let's say we got funding. It's going to create jobs for people to create, which is what they like to do.
It's just going to open the doors to all kinds of new possibilities. So, yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea. And
well, what I'd really like, is for somebody like you, Glenn, and you, Tees, to sit with me so that we could write it up so that it is clear. And then we could present it and decide if we're going to do this. And if anybody wants to participate, they can decide then.
Yeah, definitely. I'm totally in. That's what that's actually moving things forward. That's the model. That's what we've been speaking about today. Just put that space and
so
look
you and
into
Tees pick the time and I will be there. I don't know what time it is where you are right now.
Okay, Glenn, choose the time and
tomorrow is fine for me. Anytime or.
Oh, I could do tomorrow. I could do after unblocking, if you'd like.
Okay, let's do after unblocking tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, thank you, everybody.
I need a pause of a quarter of an hour after unblocking.
I need to go, but it's been really rich today, and it's at least 3 specific projects that has been presented here, and so it's very, very exciting stuff today. Bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye, Glenn. Bye.
We all getting off? Are we staying on or?
I just wanted to say that
Well-
while you guys were chatting, I put together just a blurb of what I'm going to draw upon. I don't know how much of it I can include in 90 minutes, but it's just a blurb about what I'm going to draw upon for theomathy, the math of God, or analytic theology. And I just put a link. Actually, I could just share it, I think. Let me just see. But can I share it or not? Yeah, I can. So I need to move this out of the way. Maybe I do. So everyone has heard of theology. Some even study that subject in graduate schools of theology. How many people know about theomathy? Einstein says, I want to know God's thoughts. And then, among other things, he writes down E equals MC squared. Just as theology means the word of God, we can define theomathy as the math of God. What's missing in traditional theology is theomathy. And I give this, I actually own this t-shirt. It's a little ratty now. This is Maxwell's equations for the photon of light. And God said Maxwell's equations and there was light. And then there's a list here of, these are links. I think these are links that are some of the source material I'll draw upon. So I just wanted to show you that. And this is a publicly readable summary. And then each of these links is on my blogs or other stuff like that. And it's
Nice,
supposed to
thank
be a
you.
90-minute session. So,
Looks very interesting.
yeah. And like I say, if people want to sort of take a look at this stuff in advance, I'm going to have to figure out what I can include in 90 minutes. Actually, about an hour's worth of presentation with discussion, and then 30 minutes of just open conversation. And then after 90 minutes, most people will leave, but some will stay on because it's on Zoom, so they can. So
Interesting.
who knows? I mean, I've done presentations for GC Science before, fairly technical stuff, and I might get 10, 15, 20 people who come to these sessions, but I haven't done one for I think 4 years now. I did one on Rene Girard's model of contagion the last time, which is pretty deep stuff. But
Does it make you nervous?
No, but it's not on faith. This stuff that I present is mathematical. It's not on faith, but it's analytical. So you have to go into the sort of the graduate level of analysis, but it's scientific models. It's anthropological models and systems theoretic models. So you can derive a lot of stuff that's traditionally considered theology, but it's actually model-based reasoning in a secular sense. But it covers material that's traditionally has been taken on faith. It's like if you put up the Pythagorean theorem to very young people, you write a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and this is true for a right triangle that's on a flat surface. And you can tell kids, take and believe, just trust me, I'm handing you this formula on stone tablets and never mind why it's believe, take it on faith. If you're in a real math class, the students are saying, excuse me, professor, suffer us the proof. Walk us through the analysis of why we should believe this. And there's a lot of stuff that if you walk them through the analysis is graduate level stuff. So you don't do that for the general public. But there's this lovely interface where you can, if you're willing to put in the brain power.
I'm very interested in hearing the discussion after, because like you said, they're all scientists there. So I really want to hear the discussion. I'm interested in that as well.
And they all
I'll write down any questions and ask you at a later date.
Yeah, I mean, they all attend Grace Chapel. They're all Christian. I'm the only one there who's not a Christian. There's one guy who runs it who is a converted atheist. He was an atheist most of his life, and then he became a Christian at some point. I don't remember the backstory, and he's one of the guys who organizes it. So he's very interesting because he did a flip on his belief about whether he should believe in God or not. And I'm the odd one out because I was raised Jewish.
Uh-oh. So this, I don't know if you noticed this, Barry, but we passed the 4 hours, so you're not going to be able to see a
Oh
transcript.
dear.
of
Oh
this.
dear. I'm sorry somebody didn't,
Yeah,
Yeah,
he said he was on another call,
oh boy. So it won't be any, what do you call it?
transcript.
Transcript. Oh, that's too bad. I wish somebody had noticed.
No,
that.
actually, I don't see any reason why we couldn't take the video and split it into two
can't.
parts and then
You have-
re-upload it. So
Yeah,
there you go.
you have to hard chop it someplace.
All right, well, I'm going to get off now and you could chop away and I'll see you guys
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah, oh, I think I'm done too. I haven't had lunch yet and it's 3 o'clock here, so
Bye, Stacy.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
I'll see you
Very
guys.
interesting.
Yeah.
Useful after show. Good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Make sure I save the file here, the chat.
Yeah, you have to save something.
Yeah,
And I'm still here.
so
Some
gonna-
still has it open, but I'm leaving now. So bye.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.